Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Sit up so much. Okay.
How's everyone doing?
What's going on?
Things going here. All right. So today we're going to be focusing on getting conveyor belts fixed. They're being a little funny right now, so we're going to work on that. Also, Alexa, lights on. Okay. Yeah, hopefully we can get that fixed relatively easy. We'll see. I don't know how hard it's gonna be. Hopefully not too hard. And if we can get it done soon, then we can push an update, which would be nice. So yeah, anyways, let's jump into it. So, I need to figure out exactly what's causing the issue. Let's just load into the game. I think it's because the undergrounds kind of can randomly spawn in when you first load into the world. And so, I think that causes issues. Because only one conveyor will actually be checking, you know, for the thing, for the other conveyor. So I might just have to make it so that both, like, one can override the status of the other one. That would probably fix it, just so that, like, it has to be valid on both sides. But let's go ahead and just load into single player and mess with some things. See if we can replicate issues. Let's research all. I do need to add a creative mode. Okay, so, because you can do some weird stuff right now, like doing that, and then we do that. So that gives us... Because it hovered this one over this one. So I don't know if that means that this one is now connected to both of them or something, because that would be weird. That's something I need to figure out. Is that going to go through there, or is it going to go down through there? Right? Okay, so that one still is connected to the bottom one. But see, stuff like this happens, and it's just odd. For some reason, this one shows that it's going to connect to that one, or like override it, but it doesn't actually. And I think that's kind of the problem, is the closest exit to an entrance should always be the one that it's connecting to, right? Because then it doesn't let you do stuff like this and have two entrances or something. Or like that. But it had to be like a separate thing. And you can do that with other types, where you could do like this, and then have these weave together. And that's okay, because they're different versions. But I don't want to be able to do that like with the same one, because it just gets extremely confusing. Which one should actually be the one. So I think we just need to work on the code in here, or like send a signal to this first underground or something, and like tell it like, hey, you should update, you're wrong, you know? Something like that. Like force a new update. So let's go look inside of our multiplayer setup code. Actually, I think that's in build preview. It's down in here. Okay, so this is our underground conveyor test. So we have a array, and then here we sort by closest. So that's good. So underground's not sort custom, sort closest. Node type is an underground conveyor. So does that mean like this would connect here, like this? No. So it does check and make sure it's the same kind. Hey, DePaul, welcome in. Yo, thank you for the cheese time. Oh yeah, I forgot to message Nick Jack.
Oh, thank you for the speed.
What up? Not much. I'm just diving a little bit into the underground conveyor code because there's some funniness happening right now that I need to fix. Basically, like, there's stuff like this that can happen where you can have like a big conveyor like that, but then if you put down another one here, even though on the build preview it shows that it's like connecting to it like that, it doesn't actually reconnect and it stays connected to the long one. So it's just kind of really broken. It doesn't make any sense. So I need to fix that. So we have this connection node. So let's go into here and build object. And I think I used that variable in here somewhere. Yeah, so right here, if it has a connection, then do that. So I'm also going to go ahead and say like reset. We're going to have another function inside of here, which is, we do it initially in physics process, where we say in here, tree exited, start cache search. So that would be true and false. Okay, so we don't want the cache, we want the underground cache. Yeah, so it'd be false true right here. So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna say underground connection dot start cache search. I can't speak. Did you have the time to go check the suggestions bug? Let me go take another look at that. I think I might have taken a glance at it. Yeah, the bigger inventory research. I have been thinking about that, of ways that I want to do that. One easy way would just be increasing the stack size multiplier in the player inventory. So like it would make your item count go up from 99 to 198 or whatever. It would be pretty easy to do. I could increase the number of slots, but the issue with that is like a lot of things. First off, when your inventory size changes, it means like items are gonna have to shift around. Also, it can kind of be complicated for like whatever, from like a standpoint of UI scaling. Trying to fit more slots in can be really hard. So I'll definitely think about that. I mean, maybe I could make it a little wider horizontally, but I'll probably do the larger stack size research. Yeah, I do appreciate all these suggestions. And then you said there was a bug that you ran into, right? Set in a general. Oh yeah, you said your game crashed after you put the Dragon Slayer in a chest and opened a purifier. I'm not really sure what would cause that. It might have something to do with all the changes that we already made with the tweens. At least I'm hoping. So we'll see if that does anything. But I'll go ahead and set up that scenario and see if I'm able to replicate it, just to see. Okay, so let's see if this does anything. So now this does that. If we put another one here, it still doesn't reconnect. So I'm not sure what's up with that. It should be calling that function. Oh, it's because I'm saying bind? That's not what we need to do. right, so we have that there, and then boom. Huh. It just doesn't seem to be telling it to update. In here, this is sorting by closest, right? Yeah. This says sort closest, distance, blah, blah, blah. So it should be getting the closest one. It might have to do with this. Oh, okay. So I think what we have to do is say underground connection dot and then we have to set that node to null, the underground cache. Otherwise it'll just not do anything. So let's try that. So if we have the long, it's connected. If we put another one, boom. Okay, I think that's just... Oh yeah, if we reset it or whatever, we have to tell that one that it's been reset. Okay, so clearly I can see the issue here. Let's go ahead and just make a function for this. Function reset connection. So we're gonna say if underground cache, and on this one we're also going to say underground cache dot reset connection. And then we're gonna say that is back equal to null. Oh, that's gonna make an infinite loop. So we'll just do this. Underground cache dot start cache search. And then we set underground cache dot underground cache is null. And then set ours to null. And start cache search. That should hopefully fix it. Now we're just gonna call, instead of start cache search, reset connection. So what's up? Welcome in, Oshik. As we're being back at like 600 points. I feel like Sisyphus right now. Yeah. Hey, Zapinster, welcome in. How's it going? Alright, so let's see if this works now. So we have long conveyor connected. We replace it with shorty. See, it's still showing that this one's connected. I'm not really sure why. I don't think it's actually connected. Like, if I put conveyors there, you can see it's not. So yeah, I don't really know what's up with that one. It's confusing. Feel really good about the translation. Yeah, it's really good. I do appreciate the translations. It's super solid. I'll get those put into the game with this update for sure. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's possible I could also have missed some keys. So it might technically not be 100% complete, but be on the lookout for those. If you notice anything that isn't being translated, just let me know and I can fix that. Yeah, I wonder why this is well, I guess that can't actually happen on that one, can it? Yeah, how does this work? Because it sets the underground cache connection line points. Okay. So I think that's kind of the issue, is that it calculates it here. So I have to also reset that. Right, where I say points is now equal back to an empty array. And that'll probably fix it. So it must just be like a visual. So let's try it out. Boom, connected. Place another one. Boom. No, I still don't know why that one is there. Oh, underground belts. This is being called, right? Let's just make sure. I'm sure it is. Yeah, it's definitely being called. Is that initial one causing an issue? No. Like, I mean, it reconnects just fine, but it's a little wacky. For some reason, this one just still shows... well, this is like a visual bug. It's not actually connected. It doesn't put items into the second one. I'm just trying to figure out why it's still, like, showing up. Actually lined up points, because I should be setting both points to, I guess I could just set the points to 0, maybe. Maybe that'll do it. I don't know what's up with this. It's quite odd. If underground cache, we start the cache search on there. Which, I guess we don't actually want to do that on that one anymore. Probably one cause for issues. I can just go ahead and make it so that when we do hover over this, if hovered, and we have an underground cache. Yeah, so it should be okay, because if we set our underground cache to null over here, the underground cache is null, then it should not show up that line. So I don't know, this is really confusing. I don't know why, let's go ahead and try this again now that I got rid of that other function call. So connects, I put another one. Yeah, it's still showing that this one has a connection, but it's not, like, real. So I don't know why that's happening. Because it's going to call this right here. It's going to say underground cache of the other one is now null. Because we set that here. Then we set that cache to self. I can put a conveyor at the bottom one. I know it doesn't work. So only this new one actually moves items. It's just like a visual thing. I don't know what's going on, though. Because I have it set to get reset. So I wonder what's going on. Because right in here, in the code, you can see if hovered and we have a valid underground cache. But yeah. Maybe it's because that other one is also being called up here. Yeah, if server. But I do need it to do start cache search on both. And then in here, for the underground cache, yeah, I guess it is looking for one. I guess that's the issue. I don't know. Yeah, this is a confusing one. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna print out the underground cache of every single building here. Just so I can see if there's one that's, like, weird. See, it's definitely showing that one of these in here is null. Oh, get rid of that one. Okay, so let's just place first one down, it starts as null. Place second one down. underground conveyor and underground conveyor 2. So this is underground conveyor 2. And then we put another one in here. That's underground conveyor 3. So you can see that both of these have... This one has a connection to 3, and 3 has a connection to that one. But this one still retains its connection to 1. So that is the issue. For some reason, that keeps happening. And I don't know why. Because I've put down here, if underground cache, then I set it to null. So right here, I'm going to print... I mean, I know that it's been set to null, so it should be okay. What do you think of adding like a building accelerator type building to speed up machines? Yeah, like beacons and Factorio. I've definitely thought about doing that. Initially, I wanted it to be like a an upgrade chip that you put into every single machine separately. But I don't know. I think I might change it to be more of like a building that does that instead. Kind of like modules and Factorio. Because I think it's just a much cleaner solution of like checking the buildings in a specified range around that building, and then if they're there, that boosts their speed. I don't know. I feel like that might be a little bit easier, so I might do that. Yeah, it would be nice. I've definitely wanted to do that for a while, like some kind of like building speed modulation thing. So maybe my issue here is the fact that I'm running this on an exit. Whoa. Thank you for the posture check. Ugh. Ugh. So I'm gonna say only run this section if you're the entrance, and then down here I'll say if that or not entrance. So we can go ahead and see what that does now. Still connects. I don't know what's up with that. It's so, odd. I mean, I see in here there's like a frame where it's like null or something. Let's see. Yeah, right here. So it goes null, and then it connects back to 1 somehow. I guess that one just stays connected to 1. But see, I don't know how. Because in this code, when I call reset connection, which is what I'm doing, I'm calling... Is it because I'm setting the underground cache to null? That's probably what's happening. Okay, let's try this now. So we do that, we have those connected, I put another one. Okay, that doesn't work. See, if underground connection, then I say reset connection. I have no idea. This is odd, because that one over there should stay invalid. Because, I should only be doing the physics checking from here now. So if I put another one down... Right, like that one should stay null, but it's not, obviously, so... I don't know what's going on with that. So that one is saying get that other one and set it to null. So it's basically saying I place that there, that one, set that one's cache over here to null. But that doesn't work because I need to reset that one. So now it's set up to underground connection is that. I call reset connection on it. So now we say if we have an underground cache. Set that one's underground cache to null, and then set ours to null. So it should like fully reset everything, but yeah, it doesn't seem to. I don't know. Those should be the only things. It's very odd. Starground your full-time job, or do you work as a programmer for like Microsoft? Now I work on Starground full-time, so it's nice because it definitely gives me a lot of time to work on the game. Of course, the challenge always is just trying to make enough money. But you know, I'm getting by. Hopefully, eventually, I can put up a game that does financially better, you know. But yeah. Okay, I just restarted the... Whoa, PJ Komai, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Clip raid, let's go. But yeah, welcome in. We are currently debugging right now. But yeah, how's it going? What are you up to today on your stream? Oops. Oh yeah, research all. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Going good, played way too much Universal Paperclips. Ah, yeah. Now that's a fun game. I got it on my phone and played it a bunch, so yeah, it's good. It's a cool little idle game. Thank you for the follow, Gamedev Sprints. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's awesome. Hopefully we can get to some gaming today on this stream. I was thinking maybe we could play some more Voices of the Void. We've been messing around with that game recently. It's really fun. There's like a lot of... there's still, I feel like there's a lot of like mysteries and events I haven't seen yet, so I gotta play more. Yeah, we're just trying to fix some bugs with these underground conveyors. I don't know what's going on with them. They're being a little funky right now. Basically, if you do this setup where you have like a long one there, and if you put another one in here like this, it should override that previous conveyor and say like, hey, I'm the new one now, right? But it doesn't seem to be doing that. I do wonder if it's our sort function is backwards or something. I'm just curious to see what happens if we change that. No, it doesn't do anything. I don't think it's backwards. But yeah, it's been tricky. Yeah, it is a problem. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, because I have the code set up now where if I put that one down, it should like force it to reset that one and find a new one. But it doesn't seem to be working. I think the issue could be that maybe it's just it does reset everything, but it takes too long to reset it, or like it takes too long for the physics of this object to be like calculated. So maybe what I need to do is this, where I create it, but then reset connection.call deferred, or maybe I just need to do that and then await a physics frame. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely tricky. I could try that. Await get tree dot physics frame. That's probably going to cause some issues, but we can see. No, that doesn't do anything. It's hard because I need this one to be set up and ready to be found. I don't know. I mean, I guess we can make an assumption here, which is that as soon as this one's set up, like, so if we have this like this, we just tell that one to be the new one and we just ignore the other one, if that makes sense, without having to do another physics check. So we don't necessarily say reset connection, but maybe we change that function to set new connection, then pass our self in, and that would probably do it. Seems like an interesting bug. Yeah, it's definitely a little wacky. It's causing some issues with Underground, so I wanna make this behavior a little more reliable. But yeah, we could do all this stuff again. I just want to see if this would work, so then we can call this set new connection. So if we had an Underground, go ahead and set it to null and set ours to null. We don't say start cache search anymore, because this will now pass in a node. So we just do all this. Say Underground cache is that now. I just want to see if this works. Hopefully it does. Let's break all our stuff. Okay, so we have this. Oh, it's not happy. Global position on base object of node. Oh, it's because we're calling that before it's been instantiated and added to the scene. Let's just move that add child call up and then do this as the final step. Did I just accidentally create one over here or something? I don't know. Okay, so we have that. Still complaining. Says invalids the assignment property of Underground cache type null. I don't know why that would be. Because it should be valid. And if it's another conveyor tunnel. Yeah, I don't know why it's evaluating, or it's like, let's go ahead and restart the game. I probably messed everything up. Wait for it to load. Well, yeah, guys, also, I fixed some of my mouse problems. I figured out a way to relink a new receiver to my mouse, which is epic. So, now we're on new receiver. And it seems to be a lot more stable, which is good. I bought it a while ago, but I, couldn't figure out how to do it. How to relink it, but I figured it out today. Got a lurk. Good luck debugging. Sounds good. Thank you so much for the raid again. I do appreciate it. But yeah, have a good rest of your day. Let's try researching again. Okay, so let's see what happens here. We place it. It still dies. So it's still saying I can't find invalid property key global position. Even though I'm setting my global cache. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's because I'm sending self. Ah. I have to say OBJ. That's our issue. Alright, so watch this. Oh, because see, now it thinks that the cache is main. This is our issue that keeps happening. Let's go ahead and restart everything again. It's quite funny. I know. This track is crazy. Is Oshik's song? Yeah, Rogue Home. I'm like charging up right now. Yeah. Okay, so that didn't connect properly for some reason. Don't know what happened there. It didn't flip its orientation. So we'll have to figure that one out. But yes, it does finally disconnect the other one. Yeah, for some reason it's marking it as another entrance, which doesn't make any sense. So if underground connection, entrance should be false. Oh, it's because we need to do that before we actually add it to the world. Before we call ready and all that stuff, so we need to do that. I think that should fix it now. Object of type null. Okay. So I think I'm gonna have to do something stupid here. Which is okay, I guess. I need to set entrance, then add it to the world, then say if underground connection again. Then we set it to new connection. Let's try this. Let's break everything again. Boom. Boom. Okay, that's a valid normal connection. I put down another one. Boom. It should get reset to that one. And now this one is just dead. But if we put down another entrance, then that one gets reconnected to the new one that we just put down. Yeah. Epic. So these won't actually find their own connection anymore. An exit will stay as an exit. Like, it's not gonna like be like, oh, hey, you're over here. You're mine now. It'll just be its own business. So that hopefully should fix all these issues. Now the other issue with the connection of the undergrounds, I believe, that I can fix, is I just have to wait for this physics process set over here for start cache search until we've actually fully loaded in. So I'm going to say if global.fully loaded, go ahead and do it. Otherwise, we want to say global.fully loaded signal.connect to start cache search. So what that's essentially going to ensure is that every single building is inside of the world first before it starts to do its checks. Because I think that might have been one of the causes, or one of the issues that we're running into, so... Is we want to... Oh, sorry guys. So I wanted to check this, Hi, glad caught your live. Quick question, do I need to reload the game for modified scripts to take effect? So it depends on how the data and stuff is loaded in. For a normal script, like attached here, you can make a change in here, hit Control S, and then it'll automatically update in the game. So it's really convenient for doing quick changes to the code and stuff. But of course, if you're like changing something in the ready event, you have to make sure that object gets recreated. So it just depends. You start to get really used to like when it changes versus when it doesn't. So just be aware of that. But yeah. But if you have something running in the process event or whatever, then yeah, you can change the code in the editor and it'll update. All right, let's go ahead and just do... Let's actually go load into a world now and see if it fixes the undergrounds. So they should only connect right at the last moment. So that one's connected. All these are connected properly, which is a good start. Now the thing that I'm curious about is these down here. Are these now connected up? No. Although they are connected properly, you can see. Okay, so at least I fixed their connection. There may still be some funniness here, but I think we can get that worked out. Now, does this have items inside of it? No. And are these other items still moving along? Like if I pull that out, does it... Yeah, it does update. Just for some reason, this specific underground right here, this rotor doesn't initially want to go through. It did fix the connection issue, so it is a good start. But yeah, for some reason, it's not pulling those things through. So we got to figure that out next. But yeah, now that it's all connected up, these things are moving through just fine. Yeah, this is gonna move through. Check DM's game trailer that looks like Hytale Ruinfall. Oh yeah, basically, literally the game Max wanted to make. Everwin? Hell yeah. Let's watch this.
Intel Core.
Oh. So yeah, it's like survival. It's like Skyblock. Okay, but there's like an ocean that you're on. So there's like land. It looks a lot like Vintage Story, honestly. Whoa. So you can make your own flying ships. Let's go. Yeah, definitely got a Hytale vibe. It does look pretty cool. Everwind. Okay. Well, it's pretty cool. Yeah, basically Hytale. Now, buildable airships, though, is really cool, because that's something that I've been wanting from the Create Aeronautics mod for a billion years, but they're just taking too long. So if it's a whole game about making a cool airship, that would be awesome. Yeah, this looks pretty cool, though. Yeah, I think so. I think this is Max's ultimate desire. It's pretty cool, though. Yeah, I'll definitely have to play it when it comes out, probably. As long as it's not bad. Yeah, that'd be super cool to be able to build airships. It's always freaking awesome. Yeah, it totally reminds me like of like Vintage Story or like a Minecraft mod. But yeah. This looks like the Thaumcraft thing that you open up, like the lens. Yeah, this could be pretty cool though. I don't think it's quite the exact same as Ruinfall. I mean, it's a survival game. I think that kind of, at its core, completely changes everything. But yeah. It's cool though. A vast procedurally generated world. Yeah, I can give this a wish list. Yeah, no, I immediately is like, oh yeah, it's got the same vibe. Yeah, what's up, Dev Ninja? Welcome in. I'll go ahead and wishlist this. I always wishlist not on the Big Boy Games account, so I have to open up Steam. Steam. Weekend deal. Battlefield 2042. They're selling their old one for $3 because the new one's coming out. Oh yeah, no signal. Didn't realize I was out. Everwind. Did you already DM Max about it? I can finally import 5,212,009 entries in 179 seconds of the database. Nice. That's pretty quick for 5 million entries. Said it to him, yeah? Okay. Did I follow the playtest from Star Rupture? I did not. I haven't heard anything about this. Oh, I think I might have seen... This screenshot feels familiar. I think I might have seen something about this. It basically just looks like Satisfactory, but like a little more of a volatile environment, you know? It looks cool though. I mean, when I see a game like this, the only thing that comes to mind is like, how does it actually distinguish itself from a game like Satisfactory? But yeah, it definitely looks like there's like ammo production stuff. So yeah, more of a, yeah, like a multiplayer focused thing probably. But not necessarily. I guess it's just like Satisfactory if Satisfactory had biters from Factorio. Yeah, right. Yeah, it looks interesting. I could give it a wish list. Yeah, I never did play the playtest or anything. Was it good? It's like Star Rupture. Ugh. Yeah, it could be fun. January 6th. You have a playtest only had single player? Ah, yeah. Thank you for participating in the playtest. It definitely reminds me of like a little bit of like Space Engineers. I think just the vibe of the buildings and stuff, and like the you know, having like weapons and stuff. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where it goes. Fire shader cooked my PC. Yeah. Man. Like Creepy Jar. Oh, they also made... Okay. Okay. Yeah, I played this game. Green Hell. It's pretty good. It's just like a survival. It's pretty similar to something like a, you know, The Forest, but it was cool though. I didn't really ever finish this game. I'm pretty sure it's out of early access now. Yeah. I'll have to play through that game again. Anyways. Okay. So we're back into Starground. So the undergrounds are connecting properly, but obviously the issue is that they that first conveyor there doesn't push an item in for some reason, so we got to figure that out. This should, when it does its initial cache search. So we got to stop printing things. Ah! Let's get rid of that line. It should go ahead and push an item inside of it. Because it's going to say do this cache check down in here. And then pull valid will be right in here. So what is this doing? Oh. That's not where that should be happening. Right? Well, let's see. This is going to be caching a... conveyor belt. It's going to check for a conveyor belt. So that's for the entrance. So yeah, that should be okay. Otherwise, it's going to be on the output. Then down here for the underground caching. Yeah. So it should pull items. I don't really know why it doesn't pull the items in here initially, right? It's a little odd. Also, did it stop doing it again? It looks like it did. Which is, odd. Yeah, it's just like occasionally it just stops pulling items in. I don't know why. It might be when it gets to the, like, the end of this belt, the items build up and then it just stops again. Let's see if that's what's happening. Might be some kind of bug. Okay, so it gets to the end. Just wait for it to kind of build up. And that's gonna eventually build up there. Okay, so it's built up now. If an item gets consumed over here, yeah, it's not pushing another item in, which is really odd. You can see that, right? How it just doesn't go. So it must not be updating one of these conveyors when an item gets removed or something. I mean, that one gets updated, so it's odd. And that one gets pushed out. It's just for some reason this one doesn't. Even though it's connected to this underground, it should be okay. It's really weird. It might have something to do with these movers here causing issues. It's possible. So let's just get rid of those and see if that does anything. Yeah, it's really odd. Let's go ahead and consume another rotor. Yeah, it should be pushing items in, but it's not. Okay, so that's strange. That's definitely like a problem here. It's not grabbing more items for some reason. But it definitely has items in it. Really weird. Looks like I was actually able to replicate an issue here. So, like, it was just sitting there. I put it down, and then I hit it again, and items don't go in. So that's very odd. I don't know why that would be happening, because it should be running a tri-pole over here. Yeah, which is saying if it's a conveyor belt, go ahead and add the item. Very odd. I'm gonna print here. Let's go ahead and probably load into a new world. Do some more testing. Also, welcome in. I'm Gajid. How's it going? Why is everyone on Twitch doing game dev? I don't know, because it's fun. Moves are 100% messing with it. I think when they grab items from the underground, it stops working. Yeah. I need to fix that, I think. Let's see. Slash research all. Okay, so what's happening here, or what it looks like, is if we have some items already queued up on this belt, just go ahead and do that. Just put a few things down on here. And then we popped on our underground. Yeah, so it just doesn't update for some reason, which is obviously wrong. So let's go ahead and see if we can fix that. It should be printing in here whenever this becomes valid. I think I know what's happening here. So what's going on is that this becomes valid, but it doesn't happen until the next frame. So that's the issue that we need to fix here. Is we need to like remember that this is supposed to poll. So I'm just gonna have var, right, initial poll is false. Now we set it over here to true. And then we just say if initial poll is false, and reset the cycle. Snooze that ad. So let's see if that fixes it now. I believe that's what the cause was. Yeah. Okay, so that should be okay now. It was just an issue with the way I was like doing the initial polling. But hopefully it shouldn't just randomly stop anymore. Yeah, it seems okay. Let's go ahead and load back into the other world now. See if it works. Yeah, I do believe the movers also probably cause issues too, so we might have to change how those work. Or just add a rule to the movers that says, hey, you can only pull from, you know, whatever. So if we go back down to our researchers now, are they behaving? Yes. The items are... they were flowing. But yeah, I think it's this mover that broke it. Let's go ahead and do that same test, but break the movers this time. Because I think what happens is the mover pulls it, but it doesn't, like, properly signal anything to the undergrounds. So it just kind of breaks everything. Like, this over here should be fine, but these ones that are pulling from a closed thing. So let's try that again. Let's call this, Gooba. Now if we exit out and load Gooba. Alright, let's go check out what happened. It's looking good. Items are moving. We're gonna wait for the whole thing to fill up. Because it's too hot outside. That is true. It is very hot outside. How's it going, Dustin? Welcome in. Actually, it's pretty nice here today. I actually have my window open, which is insane. I mean, it's quote-unquote nice. It's 79 right now, which when it's 90 degrees every day, that's like really nice weather. So it's a little hot for my blood, but it's cold enough. All right, this seems to be working just fine now. So yeah, it looks like there was two issues. The first issue was the underground was being funny. I fixed that. They seem to be linking properly now. And then the other issue was the movers when they grab items out from here at like, since it's not really like an intentional grab, it causes a lot of weirdness. So we do need to fix that in here. There should be, I can filter out which ones get connected and stuff. So thank you for the follow, Herrera. I appreciate it. We're above 90 in Saddle today. Oh yeah, that's pretty brutal. I heard that like a lot of like places where it's typically colder don't have AC, right? Like a lot of places in Washington. Because most of the time you don't need it, but then on like the days where you do need it, it's really bad. Oh, you found a bug yesterday? Yeah, what did you find? Yeah, a lot of Seattle doesn't have AC, yeah. AC is like a given where I'm at because it gets so hot every single day consistently that it's like you would die. Like literally you would probably die. It's really bad. Nice looking game. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. First thing I added, what about my house? Yeah. It's definitely nice to have, even if you don't have to use it all the time. Just the knowing that you're not going to get destroyed by the heat. I imagine like it would be pretty easy just to get like a little wall mounted one, you know, like the kind you put in your window or something. I know they have like the heat pump ones now that you get, so if you use the space elevator and change the every X seconds and press enter, the UI gets totally wrong. Interesting. We can take a look at that. Hopefully I can get that fixed. Okay, so this is inside of the mover. So I'm just looking through what it's doing in here. So if it's a conveyor, that's for the out object, so we don't have to worry about that. That's only if it's buildable. Interesting. Does that mean I could do something like this? This shouldn't be possible, but I think I just tested this before. I should only be able to do this if we're, like, in the same... Okay, interesting. So it tries to, where it's like, okay, let's do it, but then it fails. Interesting. Also, when I press enter, remap chat to it, it automatically opens the chat. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard with keybinds because, like... it's hard to know what keys people will rebind to, you know, so you get a lot of issues like that, where if you have two binds overlapping. Yeah, it's definitely complicated. I don't know. I'll have to figure out how I'm gonna deal with that. At first I'm here, my partner had no AC. Oh, man. Yeah, that would suck. Spent some weekends in Microsoft lounge areas reading books, so yeah. Yeah, businesses always keep it cool. It's nice. Okay, so really it's the in object over here, and this is where it's checking, yeah, not conveyor tunnel or whatever. Which, if that's the case, I don't know how it's, doing that. The conveyor tunnel does not emit grab check. So I'm not connecting it to inventory changed. Yes, I don't know why that mover is like causing issues with the conveyor tunnel. It's a little odd. Only have to check if one UI input has focus and do not execute keybinds while it has the focus. Yeah, that's true. I could just check if we... I'll have to create a system for that, though. I need to have some kind of variable set up that I can easily, you know, set to true when we're interacting with the UI. Yeah, I could work on something like that. Chip, when you're done with that, I want to show a song I made? Yeah, sure. Okay, so we got this set up, and then a mover pointing into that here causes issues. And apparently only when it's full? No, it doesn't grab. I think what's happening here is, it might be this. But no, because the way that works is on the output of the underground. That's going to be checking for a valid conveyor in here. So it's going to say find the conveyor. If it's an entrance, we're going to be pulling it. Otherwise, we're going to update the output. And then whenever the item over here is out, this is where we do it. We say if it's a conveyor, we attempt to add the item, and then if not, if it doesn't work, or if it works, delete it. Interesting. Don't forget to send this one. Let's give it a listen. Say, Nick Jack, welcome in. How's it going? By the way, I meant to DM you, but you did win the skin, whatever, the giveaway last night, so... Yeah, you did. So yeah, let me know what skin you want. I also found a nice visual bug. If you use the long movers, the red ones, and the output belt is full, it automatically puts the current item before the belt. Yeah, that does happen. I would like to fix that somehow. Let's listen to this song. Whoa. It's the completed version. It's lost and found or whatever. Do you want it called Lost and Found? I presume. Don't put that one to the overlay? Oh. Messed up. The one I sent to you? Yeah. Let me get rid of. Don't forget to send this one. Do I have Frog Song in the overlay? I do not. You should send me Frog Song. Song's going hard, guys. Oh, sorry, I accidentally... I hate when that happens on Discord. I'll probably get copyright struck by Toby Fox? Oh. Did you use, Undertale instruments or something? So what does it mean by winning a skin? So basically, just let me know what, oh, it has don't forget in it. Oh, okay. Oh, shoot, we have ads. Hold on, guys. We're gonna wait for the ads. Oh, you're subs, that's okay. So, by winning a skin, it's adding a skin to Starground. So there's a menu where you can swap out your skin. It can be whatever you want, really, just as long as it's not inappropriate. But yeah, just let me know what you want. You can draw the skin yourself if you want, but if you want, I can also do it for you. It's just up to you. So just let me know. And you don't have to tell me right away or anything. It's all good if you need some time to think about it. But yeah. Okay, so I think I know what the issue is here. We're gonna do a controlled experiment. Can we get ideas for skin? I can show you what we got in here now. Default, obviously. These are like there's the 4 main character cast. You might see them in the update art. These are all the ones that exist right now. So default, Pritchard, Darius, Sandy, Xorby, Evil Twin, Monk, Business Competitive, Training Dummy, Ancient Automaton, Paper Robot Skin, which is epic. Godot. There's Graham, Two Left Thumbs, Syl from I can never say it right. Picayune Dreams, something. This is Maxwell, Ace Man, me, Dylan, Meebo, and Narp. So yeah. Engineer from TF2. That'd be crazy. It can basically be whatever you want. I mean, I can't like steal names like unless it's like an official thing, but we can obviously have one inspired by a specific character. Where like we don't literally call it like if we did like a creeper, we wouldn't call it Minecraft Creeper. Like we'd have to call it like Green Creature or something, you know? But it's fine. Narp. Keanu Reeves. Yeah, Peeper. That would work. Dude, that'd be crazy. I have Keanu Reeves in Starground. Just you guys wait for the movie announcement. You're not gonna believe it. Nah, there's no movie. I lied. Yeah. But maybe. Maybe I didn't. Oh, this is that one. This is Gooba. Yes, I think it is just that this is initially pulling one item out with the mover. And then it kind of breaks everything. So I think that can be fixed. Let's go ahead and make another Jason Momoa as Darius in Starground movie. That'd be crazy. But yeah, feel free to think it over. No pressure, you know, to do it. To think of it immediately or whatever. But yeah. So hey, over on YouTube, welcome in. Brainstorm with a friend. Yeah, do it up. No rush at all. Literally, it could be in a month from now. It doesn't matter. It's just whenever. Okay, let's go ahead and test it here. So I'm going to create a scenario in which I think I can cause this to happen. And I think this is it. So we're going to put a couple things in. All right. So it's fine once things are already placed down. There's no issues. But if we now go ahead and save this world as a... Ba, ba, ba. You know, like the minions. Now we exit out and load back into it. I believe it's going to take one item out and put it on the conveyor belt. Okay, so that did not work. Interesting. But I want to see if maybe it does that when it is connected to a chest. Ba, ba, ba. Alright, let's see if this works. By the way, is wind energy bugged somehow? Bessie and I went on Opus yesterday, and we should do 90 energy. All machines consume a total 85. With the frog battery, he's running out of energy. So the thing with Opus, probably the reason why he's running out of energy, is Opus has lightning strikes that go and come down. So you probably have a couple machines that are turning off because of the lightning strikes. Basically what the lightning strikes do is temporarily stun your power network, and it also drains your batteries. So if you're noticing that your batteries are randomly running out of energy, you probably have to put down more surge protectors. Also, a telltale sign is if you hear the thunder strikes, then you know that that's what's going on. Two avoiders, yeah, no, it's all good. The surge protectors, yeah. But yeah, I would try placing more if you hear any thunder strikes. That's probably what's going on. But I can look into that. I mean, if you want to send me over your guys' save, I can make sure there's no weird power stuff. I can go through and add up all the consumers and just make sure it's normal. But yeah. I've always really liked Gravity Falls, so either Bill Cipher or Dipper Pines from Gravity Falls, yeah. We could do probably Bill Cipher skin. The only thing that's hard is like hats, because I don't really have a system for that yet. So I might have to yeah, I'll see what I can do though. Oh yeah, the overlay music is still off, my bad. Well here, let me go ahead and put frog music in and then restart. Frog song, not frog music. Okay. Here we go. No ads, no. I'm so sorry, guys. I messed up. Oh, that's that same save that you're... Okay. I'll go ahead and load that up and check it out, just to make sure. Jack Black is the builder, no way. Heard the Minecraft movie is sort of a hit with boys, although they were running up and down the aisles not watching, sorry to say. I do think the Minecraft movie is actually kind of good, in my personal opinion. It was goofy, but like, kind of in a funny way, so I think it gets a pass. So thank you for the spin. We still get Bill Cipher as possible. Just call him Triangle Guy. Yeah, yeah. That's the only thing is he's a triangle, so I don't know. It would definitely be hard to make him fit the Stargrounder skin. One thing I would love to do someday is add in like the ability to swap out your skin UVs so you could have characters with custom shapes. It would be nice. But yeah. Whoa. Triangle Man, Triangle Man, Triangle Man hates Particle Man. They have a fight, Triangle wins, Triangle Man. That's crazy. Well, I can't seem to replicate this issue with the movers, so I'm actually not sure what's going on. Movers should take items directly out of an underground like this. And that works fine. So, I don't know, it's a little funny. I mean, I don't see anything in here that would be an issue, as far as I can tell. It might be over in here when I say try pull. I mean, there's not anything weird in here. Is this one pushing items out? Yeah, it says else, it's gonna push an item out. And what does it check for with its caching? If it's a mover, okay, so it does... the way that movers with undergrounds work is that the underground conveyor belt makes the decision about the mover. Array building is conveyor tunnel. Yeah, so it'll only work on a conveyor tunnel if it's the same entrance and all that business. So it should be fine. I don't think there's any world in which this would fail, as far as I can tell. So, I don't know, maybe it's not the movers causing issues with the labs. Let's keep loading into that world and just see if we can replicate it, maybe? It's They Might Be Giant song? Oh, okay. Might be giants. Okay. I'll give it a listen. Let's go look at the labs. I mean, everything's... no, it's not okay. There's definitely something causing issues. I just don't know what. And this is somehow getting a bunch of items in here. I mean, we can go ahead and just empty the items out of that first lab. Empty the items out of all of these. So there should be no way for these to get rotors inside of them. Right? Now we can go ahead and save again. Just save as a... What did I even save it as? Gooba. Overwrite Gooba. Now load back in. I feel like it's got to be something to do with the movers, though, for sure. You end up randomly shouting out minimum wage, yeah. Let's go take a gander. Ah, see, somehow I got a bunch of rotors in here. So I know there is some kind of issue, because that shouldn't be possible. So yeah, I don't really know how that happened. But it must be that this mover's pulling items out of this underground somehow. Which is not supposed to happen. So let's look in the mover code. It's for object in. So it's getting colliders. That's obj out. Obj in. So we're going to say if it's a conveyor. I mean, I tell it to not grab if it's a conveyor tunnel, right? But I guess that's... I'm not doing it properly over here. Yeah, I think I need to say if obj in is conveyor tunnel return. And I think that'll probably fix the issue. Let's give that a try. So let's go ahead and load back into this save now. Gooba. Squash those bugs. Yeah, we're working on it. Hopefully we can get this figured out. I'm pretty sure that's probably the cause of the issue. Let's just go double check. Yeah, it looks like we're good now. So it's just that it was still somehow pulling items out of the underground, even though it's not supposed to do that. So I think we're okay now. So you planning for movers to not be able to grab from the undergrounds? I think so. It's just like, it's complicated to get the idea across that this is something you should do, just because of the shape of the undergrounds. In Factorio, it makes more sense because these are like an arm that can kind of go over and grab the item out. But it's, I don't know, this just to me doesn't make any sense because it's like a solid wall here that it's trying to pull from. So I'm probably going to make that not a thing that it can do. I mean, I can still put a pole up. I'm just going to leave it at that state now. Now that I've like found out what the issue is and stuff, it's reliable and it's not breaking. But we can change it to be able to pull items out on the sides and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'll go ahead and put that pole up and see. I do apologize. I mean, if it's something that you really want, I can work on... I mean, we can easily make that work. It's just a case of, I guess, whether it should or not. Yeah, let me go ahead and set up a pole. So this will be like one example. And the other example is over here. Yeah, cheats are disabled. Yeah, I think a poll is going to be the best way, because if everybody agrees that it's nice to have, then I don't mind. Oh, why did I just do that? Okay. I'm awesome, guys. So cool. Alright, anyway, sorry, I missed a bunch of things in here. You lost and found finished editions on Bandcamp? Let's go. Also, by the way, 4-star Yelp review. I kept saying your name stupid. I don't know, I thought the, I thought it was 4-star Yelp preview. I don't know. It's... It was stupid, but now I realize what your name is. I apologize for that. But yeah. I'm doing my part. Would you like to know more? What is that? I can add just one more conveyor and use long movers, so it's not really an issue. I'm just gonna take more place, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is like... This is why I'm gonna make a poll. I just want to know what people genuinely think about that. I mean, I think probably it does make factories a little bit easier to design because you can do stuff like this. I probably won't let you be able to push items in that way because that gets funky. Being able to push items in like that, probably not. But we'll see. I'll go ahead and take some screenshots now. And we're going to go to Starground polls. So these are two separate messages, right? Okay, brother, forgot the capitals in it? Yeah, so good. Oh, yeah, Starship Troopers. I thought that was what it was from. Yeah, I, like, watched that probably once when I was, like, 5, and then never again. I do need to watch it again. Can I take screenshots in game? Yeah, I can. You just hit F12. I'm just cropping specific sections, so it's fine. I've been tweaking more logistics stuff, and one thing came up is whether movers should be able to grab items from other directions. Options are movers can only grab from the output side of an underground conveyor. Movers can grab from any side, although this will cause item clipping. Okay. Alright. I'll probably get more out of it once we register for the draft. The draft. Oh, I mean casting of letters. Oh yeah, I think you can change capitalization on Twitch. I think it lets you do that. I think I did that with Big Boy Games one time. So yeah. Alright, here's our poll, so... Attached images should help show off the configurations that would be possible. We know what you all think. And then I have to make a poll. It's annoying that I can't make a poll inside of a message. It just seems so stupid. But whatever. So let's go ahead and make that message. And now we're going to create a poll. Should movers grab items from the ground conveyors? Well, I'm working on it. Only from the exit side. From every side. There we go. Alright, vote. Go vote, guys. By the way, what are thumpers? Thumpers are buildings that you can put down that force resources to regenerate. So like if you have a thumper here and we go ahead and just connect it up to our power. Oh, I had a factorial brain moment. I need to add that to Starground, the ability to like click and drag power poles. Be nice. So we got the thumper here. If we have a broken resource, as soon as that thumper slams, it forces that resource to regenerate. So basically it's just a way to speed up resource generation. It's good if you have like a really tight area or don't have very many resources around. I'm probably going to decrease the time it takes or increase the time it takes for these resources to regenerate. Just so that it's a little more like, I don't know, they're more unlimited supply. But yeah. Yeah, stand under it. Service guarantees citizenship, no way. Oh! Yeah, don't go under thumpers. Man, there's totally not a little Easter egg. I didn't get it lined up properly. It's hard to get it lined up. Let's see if this will work. Shoot. Oh. It didn't pop the ball? That's really odd. Thought it was supposed to. It's showing some wacky particles, though. Wonder what's going on. I guess that's just like stone bits. Yeah. Never mind. I guess thumpers don't crush beach balls. I thought they did, but maybe I'm wrong. I probably just need to make that a thing. Or it might be different now because I made it so beach balls are probably no longer like an entity. It's a building now. So I don't know. I'll figure that out. I can fix that. Break. All right. Well, anyways, we'll wait a bit and see how the poll's going. I have 1 day set on that, so I guess I'll give everybody time. But I imagine I could probably kind of figure out what the result's gonna be pretty soon here. So. I mean, it's not very complicated to change them. Yeah, we can go ahead and look at the space elevator now, since we've figured out all the issues with that stuff. Alright, let's just go ahead and load into this in an isolated thing. It's possible that a visual bug could also just be a, whatchamacallit, a multiplayer thing too, so we'll see. Alright, so we need steel. I know I need a funny mode, guys. Oh, that's a bug. I mean, it's not a huge bug. Oops. All right. So, let's go read up again on what you said up here. Wherever it was. To use the space elevator and change every X seconds. Okay. So condition to every X seconds. Then change X. Okay, and press enter 2. So I did that. It might, I mean, if you have it rebinded to chat, then maybe that's the issue here. Yeah, that's probably what's going on. Let me go ahead and bind really quick, start chat to enter. See if that, It is nice to have that on enter, I'm not gonna lie. Although one bug, though, is that as soon as you hit enter to enter the chat, it starts the chat again. So that's funny. Okay, anyway, so if I change this number, then hit enter... it's not even actually activating the chat, which is interesting. I'm not sure. It might be a multiplayer thing. Are you hosting or are you a client? If you're doing multiplayer. When is Starground's funny setting? We'll have to add that. Client as usual. Okay. It's probably a multiplayer thing then. Hey, Settlix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Yeah, what's going on, everybody? What are we up to today on your stream? Hello, everybody. Thank you for the follow. Acreus, very much appreciated. Message. That's crazy. It's going well. Spent the day fixing my self-broken pot features. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. We were just working on... There's some weirdness going on with the underground conveyors. Whoa. Oh, right, my chat isn't slash anymore. I'm like, what is going on? Give that and give stone brick. But yeah, it was just like some weird connection issues we were getting here if you like place another one. But now it's all good, so... Just kind of working out a lot of the fixes to the new logistics system in the game, so... But it's going. Bunch of event listening went terribly wrong because I did the horrible thing where I changed stuff. Yeah. Gotta love it. That's exactly why my problems are here. Because I changed things, but it's for the better. Yeah, that's epic. Yeah, we're just checking out this issue with the space elevator. I believe it's a multiplayer bug. Apparently when you change it every X seconds and hit enter, something bad happens, so... Let's go ahead and, create a multiplayer world and see if we can replicate that issue. Why we gotta change stuff, though? Yeah, it sucks. I mean, it's good in the long term, but definitely short term, it's frustrating. Happens all the time. Anyway, sorry, let me read everything up in here. Quick guys, I need a name for the Tephra track. Guys, come up with a name for a track for the desert dungeon. Yeah, chat and Starground's kind of annoying. I do want to fix it up a little bit. Also, in the public server, I had issues with the space elevator a while back. Yeah, resetting. That might be a multiplayer thing also, so we're going to go ahead and load up a world. Just a new world, and we're going to do some space elevator testing. It doesn't really matter the size or anything. How long did it take to get to the first playable version? The first playable version was back when we started doing like alpha testing stuff. That took, I think, only a couple months. It was like December, and then the December is when we, technically November is when we first like came up with the idea, but I don't think I really started adding a bunch of stuff until December. So if I started like fully developing on December, and then I think the alpha testing started sometime in like March or something. So yeah, it was about like 3 or 4 months until like we got like a decent playable version. But yeah. And that was during school, you know, I had university, so it would have been way faster without all that going on, but yeah. Oh yeah, I already made the world. Let's load in now. We don't have a waving email. We do need to add one of those. It would be nice. Pain now for peace later, I guess I'll take it. Yeah, it's true. Figuring out if I have separated chat window rating doesn't work properly. That's odd. Say, Glass Chicken Studios, thank you for the follow, and we hit our follower goal. Let's go. Thank you very much. You are our 1600th follower. Yeah. Let's go ahead and manage the goals. We will end our goal. Start a new goal for 1700 followers. There we go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it doesn't occur in single player. Jumps back to when inventory full. Interesting. That's odd. Well, let's go ahead and experiment with that right now. I'll enable cheats and give myself the items and stuff. Ingot. Then also research all. Whoa. What is this bug? Invalid access to property key name on a base object of null. I guess I gotta be careful about that. It's probably a multiplayer bug. I'll just go ahead and do that first. And say var data is that. And if data, then we do that. And then otherwise, I'm just gonna print research pop-up data not found. Just to see if that bug ever happens again. I've never had that happen, so I don't know what's up with that. It's probably only when we say research all because we research everything in like 2 seconds. Yeah, it's definitely odd though. He's a suggestion for the track name. This track is for the Desert Dungeon. I don't know what name to give it though. Like, yeah, it's crazy. I just remember another visual bug when you're on Viridian. You're inside a safe space, other players don't. Or on Tyria, yeah. Yeah, this is a bug. I need to fix that. And I'm back. Need to finish my CS game. Ah, okay, welcome back. Give processor. Oops. What else do we need? Rotor. Steel. Boom. Alright, so we're on multiplayer. If we enter this, we say every X seconds and then change the number to, I don't know, 29. Yeah, that's really odd. It does reset it back, so it's a multiplayer issue. And then if you exit out of the inventory and go back in, yeah, it seems to be fixed, so... It's definitely very strange. I don't know what would be causing that. Let's go ahead and dive into the UI for that and see if we can figure it out. So let's see. Let's go into space elevator display. Then in here... So it's when we, it's gonna be text submitted on here. There's 2 apparently. So line edit, text submitted, and then there's text submitted. That's just releasing focus, it's not a big deal. So this is what it does, it says update building. .rpc ID. So it's going to say null, 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 then new text. I hate hardware acceleration. Keeps freezing the stream. I not focus on it. Yeah, it's quirky. Okay, so what this does is it's basically just sending a... Yeah, sets the building with the new info that the player set. So it just sets all these things. So we set the new export interval, I'm pretty sure here. is what we're doing. On... Actually, yeah, it's not on that line edit. It's on the this one, the time input submitted. So let's go to that one. Go to method. So this is what it does. It says, as long as it's a valid number, then we send this. So null num right here, export interval. So if new export interval is not null, then we say set the export interval and the current export time. So, I mean, that in and of itself is not bad or anything, but it must be some weird thing. So then we say sync building variables, which is just all this stuff. So where are we sending that data to the client? Are we doing that with the synchronizer? Looks like it. So on import, export timer, region, elevator group. Line 84 maybe? Let's take a look at that. So all that's doing is just calling, whenever this has been updated on the server, it's going to be calling update info. Over on here somewhere. So yeah, it's just gonna call this function. But yeah, I should do sync building variables first. So then it's gonna go through here. Which is the one that's the time input? Yeah, so if that export condition is that, or if it's that. So if export timer. It's false there. So I think what might be happening is we set the export timer here. But then as soon as we hit enter to submit this, I believe what's happening is technically on the server, it's still set to inventory full just because it hasn't updated yet. Right? You can see it's like always, it's always like a delayed behind what it actually is as I'm changing this. So I think that's the issue we need to fix, is just kind of like an updating thing. But it's odd, because this is on sync building variables, so... And this is on... What kind of synchronizer is this? So this is only for the server. By the way, a minor modding issue in the purifier. The depleted uranium and uranium pellet recipes do not have recipe prefix. Oh. Thank you for noticing that. I can fix that. Yeah, I mean, those prefixes aren't necessary, but I like to put them in there just so it's easy to tell what your thing is. Well, let's see, actually, because that might not be an issue. The way that I handle the recipe IDs in here is if the ID is an item, it just uses that as the information for the recipe. So depleted uranium doesn't have the recipe prefix because it just uses this as the item. The way that the recipe code works is that it checks this ID to see if it's an item. And if it is an item, it just uses this ID as like the image and stuff like that. So technically that's not an issue. I mean, it is a little bit odd of how I did that. Going back, I probably would change this system to just only be recipe. I mean, it's something I can do because I added that functionality on later with like some of these recipes that don't really have a specific item. I can find one. I think like the slag refining. recipe slag processing right here. And the reason why that's different is because I'm actually specifying a name and a sprite. But what I could probably do instead is like, I don't know, maybe just grab the first output item and kind of use that as the information for the recipe instead of the actual ID. Something like that would probably make more sense. So I may do that. I'll make a little note of some of these things. Let's do in 1.9, introducing bases. You can turn your notes into databases. Improvements, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Fix an issue where underground belts were not connecting properly. Movers could sometimes randomly grab items from underground belts. So that's been fixed. I'm gonna make a note here of fix helmet multiplayer bug. Then also change all recipes to unique IDs, question mark? I may do that, we'll see. Alright, anyways, back to this. So we gotta figure out why this is all broken. It's weird because what should happen, or the order of operations here is, I update this, I swap that out, and I set the time to like 20. I hit enter. That should send a signal to the server over here, which is the update building. So then it's going to go through, it's going to check the, right here, the new export interval and set it, and do all those things. Then I'm going to sync building variables, which sets all of these variables to those. The export timer, and the interval, and all that stuff. Then we have this synchronizer will be like, oh, your variables has changed. Go ahead and send that back to the client. And then the client should be running sync building variables, which will settle this stuff again. So I guess the issue is that the client doesn't run update info again. I think that's the problem here. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out. I think what I'll do is say if import is not equal to that, then I set it and I also say update info. Just so that we don't have to worry about when that happens. I know this UI code is kind of bad, but it's okay. Oh, also we actually have to set it. Yeah, it seems to be a hydration issue. Yeah, totally. I could just loop through all these or something, but I don't know. Whoa! Thank you for the hydrate. What do you mean by hydration issue? Is that like a term? I might not realize what that means. Also, I've been standing. I have not. I completely forgot. So now we're gonna have to stand for 2 hours for the end of the stream. Whoa, thank you for the posture check. I'm about as postured up as I possibly can be because I'm standing. I'll stand too, let's go. Yeah, I've been trying to like be better about standing up. I have a standing desk and I've been neglecting it, so I'm now doing a thing where I kind of alternate every hour, so I do 1 hour sitting and then 1 hour of standing right after. So it's just nice to, you know, get the blood flowing. It's probably healthier for me, circulation and stuff. It helps once you get into the tempo of it. Yeah, for sure. Hydration is the process of using client-side JavaScript to add application state and interactivity to server-rendered HTML to feature React. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, just a mismatch. Okay, that totally makes sense. I didn't know that was a term, so I thought, yeah, I didn't know you meant. I'm just stupid. But yeah, that's exactly what this is. It's good to know. Yeah, it's just like a mismatch between the server state and the client UI state. All right, so that should fix it now. This will double check what the variable is now, and it'll like say, it'll update it. So let's go ahead and try this again. At least it should work. Let's get out of everything. Oh, is it because I'm not... No, it is syncing. Well, that's odd. So it's on inventory full. I might have to rework this UI. Then I said that one every X seconds. It doesn't send a signal to the client for some reason. Oh, it's because that's not how any of this works. Cool. I need to change this so that whenever this variable gets changed, that's when it does this stuff. So I think the way to do that, actually, I think I can just set functions on these. Like that. And I think that will mean whenever these get changed by the synchronizer, I should be able to tell it just to update the info. I don't know if the synchronizer actually modifies the set variable, so, or uses the set function or whatever, so we're gonna find out. But if it does, it'll make this so much easier to do. And I think with this, we also might need to actually set the value again. Yeah, because I think it overrides the behavior. So we have to do this, and then say import is equal to v. We fix it by not letting the user choose it. That's totally fair, yeah. Target region is v. And import equals value, yeah. Elevator group is v. Okay, so that should fix that. I again, no idea if it'll actually do what I think it does, but we're about to find out. And what that means is in here, we don't want to do any of this anymore. We're essentially going to revert all the code we just did. So that's cool. Track is this? Unknowns. Alright, so this is what we should have now. Let's see what this does. I'm curious to see if this works. I really do hope it does. And we'll get out of the UI just to kind of reset it. You probably have to. Alright, so if I go in here now... So far, so bad. Let's see. I may have to restart the game. Let's go ahead and do that, just to be sure. So I don't remember that being mine. I don't know. I should look up if the multiplayer synchronizer actually uses the set functions on variables. I have no idea. It's hard to say. Oh, well, let me load our autosave. What do you guys think about the new auto-saving system? Is it better? I think it's nicer to have the auto-saves in their own section now instead of confusing it with other stuff. Oh, whoops. You don't know I don't use it? That's totally fair. Okay, this isn't working, so I don't think the synchronizer... I think it might bypass the set event. Which is too bad, if that's the case. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I do not see it updating, so... That's really odd that it does that, if that's the case. Huh. We can go ahead and print in here, I guess. And then also, if that's how that's going to work, then we never need to call sync building variables anymore in the process event. I believe. Because whenever we change one of these things, it'll say update building, which will change all those things and call sync building variables. So it should be okay. And then when those change, that means we don't even need to call that, really. But let's see what happens here. Say, Warner, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? Okay, it is printing updates, so, I mean, that's being called, but it's hard to tell if that's also being called on the client. I don't think it is, which is really too bad. I mean, we can say if is multiplayer authority, then print update. Or not multiplayer authority, if is server. Multiplayer dot is server. Not server. Yeah, I would like to work on a better, like, system for UI. Something maybe a little more standardized. So let's see what that's showing in there. It is printing update, but it looks like it's only happening... Oh yeah, it's only happening on the one variable, but it is printing. So I do think this will be a valid way to do the UI. We just have to figure out like why it's not fully updating here. But yeah, you can see it's saying update. So why though is it not updating the UI then? That's the question here. Is it because it's technically a different object? That's probably what it is. Because what I say down here is... Yeah, I say update info. Yeah, but I'm not updating... Okay, that's why we had function process over here. I think that makes a little more sense now. So now if I go in game and change it... So that's continually running update, though, which is not really ideal. Yeah, it's definitely tricky. I kind of want to, like, almost completely redo this whole UI a little bit. But I don't know. So sync building variables, all that's going to do is just set all of these variables to whatever it was in the building. And then on update building, that's where so whenever we change one of these values, we're setting the actual building values and not our UI. So we're saying sync building variables, but then that's our issue. So I think instead of this, we don't call this at all anymore. We're just going to call get tree, call group, sync building variables. So it just sends a signal out to all of the different UIs that the building has changed its inventory. So let's see if that works. That's looking good. Here, let me show you guys what it looks like. So on the right, we have the server, and the left is the client. I know it's really hard to see the server because it's tiny, but it'll be okay. So let's snooze that ad. Fixing some shader issues. Yeah. HLS. Yeah, I've been doing some high, I think it's HLSL and Godot for shaders. I've been messing a lot with shaders for Starground. It's been nice. Shaders are really powerful. I usually always do like node-based shaders in Blender, but then when it comes to Godot, I prefer to just write it out in code. I don't know why. I feel like it's just easier. But all right, let's see if this works. So now when I swap this value over here, you can see it updates for the UI on that player. Let's see if it also works the other way around. Like if I change this planet here, that's looking good. You can see it changes over there. And now if I set this to every whatever seconds and change the value, hit enter, we're good. So yeah, this is just way better. The way that this all works now, so if we go back to our server UI here, now we go into here. So on sync building variables, yeah, why is this like running every process frame? Okay, it was just still printing out, it's fine. Yeah, now we just change the value in here. You can see that it prints out that it's been updated. And same with over here, if we change that. It only updates when it actually needs to. It doesn't run every process frame now. So yeah, that works pretty well. I know, I really do need to do that for all the buildings. What I need to do is make a standardized UI system, I think. I really would love to, just because it's multiplayer and UI, it's always hard. What I would like to do is just have a base, like, multiplayer UI controller. And then what it does, essentially, is it will create the multiplayer synchronizer for us. We'll have an array of all the different variables that we want to be synced on here. Just so that we can access the stuff differently. And then we can have like signals connected up so that whenever building variable changes, it automatically gets synced with the UI and stuff like that. I think that would be the way to go. Yeah, we can get rid of these now. I really, this whole set function thing is something I've never used before, but I think I'm starting to realize just how powerful it can be when used in the right places. Because for something like this, it's great. Right? Where all I have to do now is just check whenever it's changed, and it connects up with our synchronizer and everything, so we can get like instant, really like low latency changes and stuff. It's very nice. I really need to take that system and kind of integrate it into everything else too, because there's so many places I could use that, and one of the big ones is inside of the inventory display scene for like updating our inventory slots and stuff. The way that that's done right now is, if we go down in here, I have to have this stupid process event that's checking, did our inventory data change? And if it did, then duplicate it and then update the inventory. And it's just complicated, right? It's stupid. But what this allows us to do is we can just connect this up on set and have a set thing for inventory data. So whenever that gets changed, whether it's through the multiplayer synchronizer or on the server or wherever, it's really easy for me now to just be like, okay, our thing has been changed. Go ahead and update the visuals. right? It's super easy. So I'm probably going to do that because I think it would make our UI a little more responsive and less buggy. Just for dealing with inventory slots and stuff like that. So yeah, I probably will definitely do that. Yeah, it would be nice. Or yeah, no, the elevator does use inventory, so we can do that. I'll still have to have some things in the process event for these like update placeholder things. This is basically a function that runs. Thank you for the hydrate. Basically, this is just a function that runs. I think it's every 1 second. It loops through and then changes the placeholder. So if you have multiple items inside of an inventory slot to be viewed, it just kind of cycles through them. You see that in stuff like the furnace and different buildings like that, so that's what that's for. Yeah, what platforms are you targeting with this game? I am targeting Windows and Linux. Those are the two main ones right now. I would love to branch out also to Mac, but it's really the process of exporting for that kind of sucks a lot. So if I'm going to do that, I really need to spend like a week just tinkering and figuring out how I'm actually supposed to do it, because they make it so stupid. You first have to buy $100 a year license, and then you also have to export, I believe, on a Mac. So it's just a nightmare. Proton supports M series now. Yeah, so okay, that's good. It's good to know. This window should be good. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Run a cloud Mac. I have a Mac. It's right over there. It's just you also have to pay the subscription fee on top of having the hardware, and it means I'm gonna have to like. It's just annoying. So thank you for the hydrate. But yeah. With Windows, it's like, boom, press a button, your thing's exported. Same with Linux. But with Mac, you've got to code sign it and everything, and if you do anything wrong, your software is unopenable. So, with macOS, yeah, it's annoying. We got ads, by the way. My apologies, guys. It's worth a lot more than Mac. Yeah, I definitely think so. Like, the number of people using Linux on Steam is way higher than the number of people using Mac. And this is the thing, too, the really important part. I think, like, the number of people that actually use Steam on Mac is extremely tiny. I think it's like 1% or even less than that. So even if I go through the trouble of getting everything set up to export to Mac, it kind of doesn't matter that much anyways. So I don't know, yeah. I just wish Apple was better about the exporting process. I would actually do more stuff with Apple if it wasn't such a pain. Like, numbers getting bigger due to Steam Deck? Yeah, that's definitely true. But yeah, it's annoying for sure. By the way, did you know that with underground belts, you don't have to use pressure storage interfaces? Yeah, that is, I think, something I know about. Technically, you can also do the same thing with, if you use a long-range mover, you can push an item through a pressure wall. I mean, it's something that I could fix. I'm probably not going to worry about it. Really, the main reason I have the storage wall is, just as a nice, like, user-friendly way to transfer items. Of just being like, oh, it's a chest and a wall. Makes sense, right? I mean, if people want to use an underground belt or a mover, it's kind of like, it's fine. I don't really care that much because it's not really that much easier or harder than just using the storage interface. So it's just, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, if you guys want to just use undergrounds, I mean, it's whatever. I could add in like a check for the underground where if on its path to the next connection, it collides with a storage interface, it, blocks it or whatever, like it doesn't let it connect. But yeah, do I really want to bother? I don't know, probably not. Storage wall interface is a pain to translate. Yeah, it's definitely that's the one building that people have had issues with for sure. Pressure storage interface, yeah. So will the game run on Steam Deck? Yes, I actually bought a Steam Deck specifically to test the game. We're not Steam Deck verified, but we are Steam Deck playable on Steam. To get verified, there's a lot of like little miscellaneous things that are... I mean, I get why Steam does it. Basically, getting verified is like, you know, you're really, really well set up for Steam Deck. But yeah, it's totally playable. They mention here like what the things are. Some text may be small to read. Entering some text requires manually invoking the on-screen keyboard. I'm pretty sure I fixed all instances of that. This is actually from the last playtest. I haven't like requested another test for the Steam Deck verification stuff. And then some of this stuff, which I'm not sure what this one is. I can go like review the last test that they ran. But yeah, you should be able to play it on Steam Deck. I mean, basically, if it's playable on controller, it's playable on Steam Deck, so... I'm always kind of tweaking things with controller. There are some changes I have sort of in the queue for things I want to improve with controller. So I'll definitely be spending time to do all that at some point. But yeah, I have my Steam Deck. It's like right over here. Right here. It's in my case. I bought this only to test Starground. I have not done anything else on it yet. Literally only Starground testing. But I would like to actually play games on it at some point. It's just like I'm always at my house, so I don't really have a need to, you know, game on the go. So, but maybe I'll try out like Factorio on it or something. New Tephra track incoming. Let's go. Thank you. I actually haven't tried on controller yet. Yeah, controller, I mean, obviously Starground is a PC keyboard mouse kind of game, but you know, it's playable on controller. I've added a couple things sort of recently that help a lot with controller. If I swap over right now. That's super cool. Why did this dot? Unhandled input. Input type changed. Oh, well, that's a bug. Let me go ahead and fix that really quick. Just had a system crash. Okay, welcome back. I have to make sure our current tutorial is actually valid. Whoopsies. Go ahead and mark that down. State crash related to changing controller. I don't think it would actually crash in game, but I think it's just an editor warning or editor error. Usually a lot of crashes that happen for me in the editor don't actually happen because like Godot handles it. It just like cancels out that event. Sometimes there's crashes that are fatal, but a lot of times they aren't. And then the other thing that we fixed was fixed issues using and modifying the space elevator UI on multiplayer. Okay, anyways, here we are on controller now. So, the first thing you can notice is all the... Oh yeah, we lost connection to the server because it crashed. It's fine, let's just play on here. Oh, it's like dead. Oh. Okay, there we go. So I swap out all the keybinds and stuff automatically so you can tell what you're supposed to press. Yeah, I mean, it's totally playable. It's just... It's probably not ideal. It's easier to use keyboard and mouse, in my opinion, but doesn't mean you can't use controller. But yeah, you can access the chat menu and stuff. All your inventory. Move things around. I think the main thing that you'd probably be missing on controllers is some quality of life stuff, because it's complicated to bind everything to controller. On keyboard, you have, you know, tons and tons of keys, but it's a little bit more limited on controller. I have to be a little more creative with my binds. I also have some options in like And here in controls for like smooth controller mining, that's what this is, where instead of snapping like it does with the weapon, it kind of smoothly moves around to give you more precision for mining. I also have another mode too in here, which is object snapping, mine first object. So if you like hover over an object like this, your cursor will snap to that object. It just makes interacting and mining a little bit easier. You know, you don't have to be as precise. It's basically aim assist. That works okay. And that kind of comes down to personal preference. It's not always ideal because it does mean that you kind of lose out on some precision, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, everything's pretty playable. You can access the build menu and stuff and build things. You can use the D-pad to like snap objects. L3 to roll. I don't know if there's any part of the game right now that's completely inaccessible with controller. I don't think there is. Still think that the floating cursor should be the default. Like this, that what I have set up right now. Yeah, I think it is the default. I'm pretty sure I have smooth controller mining on by default. I can go ahead and check the settings though. That should be inside of here. And load user data. And it's going to be smooth mining. Yeah, it's set to true by default. So it is. But yeah, I just added the option in case people don't like it or whatever. I mean, it's definitely a little faster to be able to do this. You know. Yeah, I think this paired with the hit mine first object is pretty easy. You know, like to mine and stuff. You just kind of point in the direction and then the game handles the actual snapping to things. But yeah. For my controller sessions, I think it should just be a sensitivity slider. I don't know how that would work though. Would it just slowly start to come back to the player or something if it's like, you know, in the middle of the slider instead of full on one side? So the empty chair. We've got a command on Twitch for that now. I'll go ahead and do that and then copy it for you. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I'll thank you for the cheese time. Blinkers for you to change sensitivity of it? Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can. I do want to... That's one thing that controller definitely needs, like some more... So thank you for the follow. There's some more, like, sensitivity options and stuff. But I'll be working more on controller as we approach release time. I mean, not that many people play on controller, so my primary focus right now is on just fixing bugs and making the game fun for keyboard people, but yeah. Listen, Lost and Found finished? Not yet, I do need to. Also, with 4 wind turbines, we're not making enough energy in Opus. I can go ahead and load into your save now. And see what's going on. If you think it's a little underpowered, we could always boost that up, or I could just increase the wind multiplier on Opus. Let's load your save. It was a... Let's see. Might have already downloaded it. Nope. Let's put it in. I'm glad that I changed this search to be fuzzy searching now. Before, how it used to work was like you would have to type in the exact name of the file for it to show up. But I changed it now, so like as you start typing things, it shows all the saves that match that keyword, you know, fuzzy searching. It's way better. And it'll also automatically select the first one it finds. So when I search like that, then it's already here and I can hit load. It's a lot faster. All right, let's put it in there. I know, fuzzy search is pretty epic. Let's load the save and check it out. Oh, it's a new version of the save? Okay, yeah, I did download the new one, so we're good. It's always funny that fish make these things go transparent. Oh yeah, this is your sorting system they were talking about. Cobalt. Plastic. Phallic conveyors. Oh, these little undergrounds and stuff. Alright, let's go to Opus. See what you guys got going on. So here's something that's important that you should know about how wind turbines work, is that when you put them in range of each other, man, this is loud here. They decrease efficiency. That's why I made the radius around them red. It's something that I need to kind of get across to the player more for sure. But yeah, what you'd want to do here is like, you probably want to put it on the corners of your map instead, and that'll give you way more power. So like put a wind turbine over here. And now this one's going to be running way faster. And then kind of move these two around also. Yeah, no, I definitely will look into adding like a little mention of that on the description. But now this is going to be generating way more power. Yeah, it's generating 240 now. Also, yeah, this is the other thing you mentioned, which is that you're consuming 85. Let's do a quick count on everything here. So we've got an atmosphere collector, which is 15. And then your asteroid collector, which is 30. And then your space elevator, which is 40. Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, that adds up, right? Yeah, it adds up to 85. Oh, and then also you had a battery here. Was that a frog battery? It was. I don't know where your items went. Oh, just a frog battery? Hold on. Oops. It drops the... Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. My bad. Big frog battery. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. I went ahead and fixed that, so my bad. Let me make sure I did the right ID. Yeah, we're good. I'll mark that down as a fix. Big frog battery dropped the items of a big battery. Yeah, I do apologize about that. Microprocessor. Ooh. And then give Voltrum wire. Should Frog Song be a cassette? That would be pretty cool. I think it could totally work as a cassette. And then now that that's placed down, yeah, it's going to be consuming the... So I don't see any power issues here. As far as I can tell. If you do notice anything weird, though, I mean, definitely, keep me updated and let me know if you notice that again. But should be all right, I believe. Yeah, I'll make a note about that of the wind turbines. Because yeah, I mean, that's definitely a big problem. I do apologize about that. I didn't mean to. Didn't mean for any confusion. Battery went up to like 19% before discharging began. It's probably just because you ran out of energy for your other machines, so it started to discharge the power that it already had to keep your other buildings running, because that's kind of how the batteries work. When the turbines were in one row. Oh, okay. Yeah, it could have had to do with the fact, actually, that it was the wrong building ID. That might have messed up the building a little bit. It's possible. But it looks like it's charging normally now that you're actually generating a bunch of energy, so I think we're all good here. Yeah, lightning does discharge your batteries, so if you don't have surge protector set up or one was like activated, then that lightning can kind of squeak through and discharge your battery. So be on the lookout for that too. But it looks like you've got 2 full surge protectors going here, so that should be plenty. One thing to note is that the frequency of lightning changes depending on the weather. So if I go ahead and start rain, that starts a storm here, and that will make lightning happen way more frequently. So it could be that it was fine, but then a lightning storm happened. And then your surge protectors couldn't handle the quantity of lightning. It's hard to tell with all the lighting and effects, but these do have a little bit of a meter here that show the current level. It's blocked by the wind turbine, but yeah. One thing about the weather, the hard cut in the background is a bit hard. We interpolate between the old and new colors. Hard cut. Which, do you mean like when the storm starts, like the background color out here? Yeah, it looks like it's actually tinting things blue. And I think that's just because in the code, that's what it does on Viridian, where it tints everything blue. But I don't think it makes sense to tint everything blue here. If it's a hard change in the background, interesting. I don't see a hard change back there. It looks like it does a soft fade in. Yeah, that could be a multiplayer bug. I can go ahead and test that really quick. So let's exit out of the game and run with 2. Yeah, let me see if that's actually something happening. All right, guys, we got a new track. Heat Wave. Let's give it a listen. Sensor. And then this is... Alright, let's connect. I thought he would have gone for my suggestion. Oh man, I'm sorry, Yoshik. Is ambient like the other type of music? Yeah, no, I'm liking it so far. Alright, let's go to Opus. Alright, so let's see what happens on the client when I change or start the weather. Which I need to enable commands. Okay. It seems to be a smooth transition there too. What it might be is that if rain has already started, and then we travel to this biome from Viridian, let's give that a check really quick. So it's raining here, but if we go ahead and teleport to Opus, is it? No, I mean, I'm not sure what would be causing that. It could be like some weird, God, the game is so loud when I have 2 of them open. It could be like a weird... are you in Linux? Yeah, Opus does require helmets. It's it's hydrogen. You can't breathe in hydrogen. So... Yeah, I don't have Windows installed, didn't let me. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, because, I mean, it's definitely transitioning smoothly for me on client and single player on the host or whatever, same thing. So I'm not sure. I know you guys can't see it. I can... here, let's do this. So if I say over here, rain... Well, you just saw it go away. Then rain started. It does fade in, so... Yeah, I don't know what's up. Why I would be doing that. Yeah, the only thing I could think of is like a weird shader thing. Or something, I don't know. Crashed with a B-sod while installing? Oh, yeah. That sucks. Yeah, if you spot it happening, definitely send me a video, and then that'll help me figure out what might be happening. Yeah, I'll keep a lookout for that if I see any weird, like, transition stuff between going between regions. But yeah. It could be. I did recently delete the shader cache of the project, which I do think has actually helped speed up things, and I'm not getting that stuttering anymore, so... that might have actually fixed some things. We'll see, though. Okay, so it was not between regions, it was just straight on Opus. Yeah. Odd. Yeah, because, I mean, I'm definitely not seeing it on my end for some reason. There must be... That's always something, too, that's really difficult with game development, is differences between people's machines. Because, like, on one person, it might be totally fine, but then on another, it's, like, broken. I mean, the thing that I always suggest whenever I find graphical issues like that I can't seem to figure out is, you know, make sure your graphics drivers are up to date. But... Yeah, I don't know. I'll definitely pay attention to that, though. I'll write it down in here. Just a spot for it. Like, rapid rain transition on Opus. Godot should abstract away the differences. Normally it does with code. It's always very reliable. But I think sometimes with shaders, that's where it kind of gets a little wacky. Because... you know, graphics cards can vary a lot between like an AMD graphics card, NVIDIA, or whatever, different driver versions. I've had issues with drivers, specifically with Godot. We had one where it was like messing up all the UI. It was like breaking the game. I don't know what was happening. But I updated my drivers and it fixed the issue, so yeah, sometimes it could be that. Yeah, I mean, game logic and stuff like that should always be pretty reliably the same. But I have noticed that issue with graphics drivers. It also sucks when people buy the game not realizing you need Vulkan and they're on like a super old graphics card. I hate when that happens. I mean, I don't know what else I'm really supposed to... I mentioned down in here you have to have Vulkan. I guess people just don't pay attention to the requirements. Usually it's not a huge deal for people. I think in a version of Godot soon, it might be 4.5, they're going to start doing a fallback for that now, where if you don't actually have support for Vulkan, the game automatically just launches in the compatibility mode, which is actually great, because then I don't have to worry about this issue anymore. I'll definitely say recommended, but you don't have to have Vulkan anymore. So any plans for the inventory issue? Which inventory issue are you talking about? Just like not having enough space or what? Oh, sorry, yeah. If you put the English names of items in the chest name, it gets translated to the selected language. Ah, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that is something that happens. It's, okay, you were saying, yeah, Discord users say it's too small. Yeah, I want to go over that. I have a couple ideas on what we can do for that. I mean, we talked about it a little bit, but yeah. So yeah, I didn't realize it does that. What I can do is fix that pretty easily. We just go to the chest label. We can go inside of here. Actually, it's inside of the inventory display. And we have this line edit label here, and this is what's going to be auto-translating, I believe. We just have to go down here to auto-translate, and then we can turn it off, so we force it not to auto-translate. That's what we can do. Is that the thing you're talking about with like the label that gets shown up on the chest and stuff? It gets translated. So I can go ahead and load up the game and double check on that. Translation's cool. Don't remove it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, because it does kind of complicate things if I were to remove that, because I'd have to like figure out another way to translate the name of the chest automatically. So yeah, we'll probably leave that then. All right, so yeah, inventory stuff. I think definitely as time goes on, and it's like there's more variety of items, I think yeah. Okay, yeah. We're on the inventory now. Yeah, it definitely is becoming more of an issue. Well, I'm gonna turn on music. I don't want to fall down the Minecraft trap of like adding in some useless garbage item like the bundle that's just unintuitive to use and doesn't really solve the issue. So I do want to make like an actual meaningful change to that. I think yeah, I mean our options basically are, I think the two main things is increase number of slots, and 2 is increase stack size. So increasing the stack size of the player is extremely easy. It takes 2 seconds. It'll be like the easiest change ever, because all I have to do, the way I've set up the inventory component, I'll show you guys a preview of what that would be like. So we just go down into here, into the player inventory object, and we can just increase the stack size multiplier to like 10 for fun. And now if I load up the game, I'll show you guys I'm able to put more items in my inventory. Yeah, what about like backpacks or something? I have thought about that, but the only thing is it kind of backpacks are fine, and a lot of games do it, like Minecraft mods have backpacks and stuff. But sometimes it could be a little annoying having to keep like opening between all these different UIs, and it does kind of it can make things a little bit more complicated for just how I'm going to display all of that on screen. But I do think increasing a research for stack size would help. I feel like that's a pretty standard like thing in a lot of games anyways. It's not the only fix to the problem though. I have a couple other things. So let's give ourselves some iron ingots now. You can see I can hold more than 99 now. So it's extremely easy to make that change. So I think really the ultimate solution to inventory problems is going to be a combination of multiple things. Yeah, that's the other thing I want to bring up. I do want a way to combine artifacts, kind of like how you do it in Terraria with the accessories, because I think that's another great way to save on inventory space. Is like if you have all these things, you can just merge them into one. So yeah, that's definitely one thing. Stack size is weird since the boss items don't stack. Are you talking about like the trophies or whatever? Or which ones? I'm pretty sure almost everything is stackable. Like if I give myself the spore trophy. Does that not stack? That stacks. Boss items. Other items you get from bosses are like the weapon components. Like the give Tesla core. Those stack. I'm not sure what item we have in the game that doesn't stack. They don't stack in certain inventories, but yeah, artifacts don't stack. I mean, that's done on purpose. Starground cell phone artifact? Yeah, that's the ultimate one. Okay, yeah, like the grabber. Okay, yeah, that's what you mean. Like, yeah, grabber, if inventory taking up the same amount of place if you do more stack size. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I want to add the ability to merge these artifacts together. Alexa, I hate you. The ability to merge these into one item would help with that issue of just decreasing the number of slots you have to use up for your artifacts. So that's the thing we're probably going to be doing there. The idea that we have for that right now is either it's a guy in the space hub you talk to, or you unlock an unlock from him, like where you can build a new building. Still undecided on that, but it's probably going to be one of those two things. And then you can put a combination of different items inside of that bench, and it outputs a new combined item. Yeah, it could be the guru. That's another option for the guru. I do want it to be something, though, where it's like you have to experiment. I don't want all of the recipes for the combinations to just be instantly visible. Because I want people to be like, okay, does these two things are all... I don't know. I think it's just nice to kind of, adds a little bit of exploration element, I feel like. But if it's annoying, we could show all the recipes. It just depends. Yeah, like the boots and gloves or something, or you could make like, you know, like an armor set. I want to do that same thing with the, like, all the automation parts, so like the grabber and lead boots, maybe those all merge together into like some kind of like mech suit, you know? When I have an artifact-only inventory, I mean, I could do something like that. It's just complicated, though, because we're going to have some kind of screen to be able to transfer items from the artifact inventory into your regular inventory. And stuff like that. And the other thing too is like we gotta be on the lookout for like UI scaling, right? I mean, horizontal space should be okay. The big issue is vertical space, because the problem becomes our UI scale. On certain devices, UI scale is larger, so you can already see on the base inventory it's taking up a lot of space. And then if we open up a building like this, it's almost all of our vertical space available to us. So like the foundry is like right at the limit. So we do have to be careful about that. Vertical space in the inventory is always going to be our constraint. So the other thing that I want to bring up, so here, merge artifacts. Increased number of slots. I think it would be fine if we increase the horizontal width of the inventory by another 2 more columns of slots. Now, obviously, that alone is not a solution to the problem, but just as a nice little boost, I think it would help, right? Just to be able to kind of expand out your inventory a little bit more. I think it would definitely help. Any plans to bring in the efficiency thing from Satisfactory? Like you can set how fast the building should work. Yeah, we can also go over that. Minecraft also uses 9 columns, yeah. So yeah, I think that would be another change we could definitely make. That would help even more. And that could also be like either... I'm kind of conflicted right now between whether these things should be a research or something you buy with money. I think they should be a money thing. Because money in Starground is kind of the bridge between automation and dungeoning. The thing is if it's a research... then that means you have to automate for something that benefits you in the dungeon, which I kind of want to avoid. Anything like this that's like a direct necessity for both automation and dungeoning, I would like it to be either through money or something that you can access kind of outside of both zones. So money's a great way to do that, right? I'm probably going to make it something that you can purchase. Like maybe we add a new NPC to the space hub that's like an inventory guy. And he has like purchases for inventory size and stack size and stuff like that. That's probably going to be the play. So. But yeah. And also another thing that I want to bring up, which we will be adding for kind of endgame, but not quite yet, is a remote storage object. And what that building is going to allow is whenever you're building something or placing a building down, it also uses that chest for your items. So, for example, I'm gonna reset my UI scale. If we have, pretend this is our quantum chest or whatever, right? Basically, we put some items down inside of the quantum chest, and then any item that is inside of here can be used in our building menu. So that's something that I do want to also do, because it would be nice. So yeah, I think that'll be a big help for like end game automation stuff. You can just place down your quantum chest and then access those items from anywhere. And it gives you basically almost like a doubled inventory. It'll probably be more slots than this chest. It'll probably be something more like the big chest. If I build one of those. You know, a nice big... This is also what we're going to be expanding the inventory to probably as well. So... Starground DLC incoming. We're probably never going to do DLC, guys. Don't worry. If we were ever to do any kind of DLC, it's going to be like content expansion. I'm not going to do DLC for skins or anything like that because I think it's just kind of shallow. I mean, it's always cool. I appreciate people that want to buy things like that, but I don't... It conflicts with my morals about gaming. So I'm not going to do that. And I don't even know if I'm going to do a content expansion either, because honestly, I think I'd rather just have that in-base game. The only time I do a content expansion is if it's something that just doesn't really fit in base game, or it's like a very weird and kind of arbitrary change, because I don't want to force that on people, but if you do want to explore it, it would be like a separate thing. I don't know. Yeah, we probably won't, though. I don't want to have to make people buy more stuff. I always hate that, you know, with games where it's like, you buy the game and now you have to buy another $60 of game to actually be fun. It's like that with City Skylines and The Sims and stuff like that. It's just, you know, stupid. It's not good. It's very anti-consumer. And I want any game that we're creating, I think at Big Boy Games, to be a game that like I can morally stand by, you know? So, but yeah. I saw like a long time ago, one person put like a Steam review up of like, it's a good game, but I hope they don't make every planet a DLC. And I was just like, man, it's sad that that's kind of like the expectation of games, you know? That people are expecting all of the new content additions to be an extra paid thing. Like, reading that, I was like, man, that's crazy. But yeah. Also, it seems to me that the inventory space only becomes a problem for building only when you get to plastic. By the time you have a lot of types of items in the inventory, yeah, that's totally fair. We can probably, yeah, that's a good thing. So like, guys, if you're playing, keep a note of kind of the era of which you start to have inventory issues, because that's when we could kind of balance around for increasing inventory size. So yeah. Call it the frog chest, yeah. Yeah, it does hit on the edge of unethical sunken cost fallacy to keep playing a game and spending on it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it sucks. Like, I like City Skylines, but there's just so much DLC now, it kind of almost makes me not even want to play anymore. Because I'm like, all I can really think about is just all of the content I'm missing out on. Luckily, City Skylines does have a really good modding community. There's a lot of good mods for that game and stuff, but yeah. I don't know. Can we implement a system where building things takes from storage buildings around you? It could be interesting. The only thing is it could like break factories sometimes if you're like relying on a certain item to be inside of a chest. I could imagine like doing something like that in Factorio could be catastrophic depending on your setup. But yeah, something like that might be nice. Just to have like maybe a certain range. Maybe it could be part of an artifact or something. Usually I think new abilities like that work well as an artifact kind of thing, or it just has like a range around you. Yeah, sorry, I was gonna get to that. Yeah, ME system. That's actually something that we talked about before we even created Starground at all. we were initially talking about like how the storage system would work in Starground, and it was kind of initially like deciding between having like a global shared inventory or having like you know, individual inventories, and we decided to go with individual ones. I'm glad that I did. Definitely gives you way more flexibility. But yeah, it would be really cool to add an ME system. That's always like the first thing I go for when I play any kind of tech mod pack, you know, is the AE2 stuff, the ME system. It's just so good. I think for a game like modded Minecraft where you have, so for anyone that doesn't know, ME, there's a mod for Minecraft called Applied Energistics. Essentially, it's like a digital chest. You set up a terminal that you can access, and then you put in like data drives into a block, and then all of your items become like virtual items. So basically, it's just turning your chest away from a slot grid into just a big list of every single item that you have. And it's extremely convenient. And they also have it set up where if you like craft something, it automatically moves the items into the crafting table. Yeah, it's just cool. Yeah, I would love to do something like that, I think. I could totally see that being like a very end game thing, converting all your storage over into like some big ME system. Definitely would be nice. I'll just have to think about the UI and stuff of how that would work. I think what we would do is turn it into like a scroll bar so that you can scroll through the list and look at all the different items in here, and then just give it like the stack size multiplier, just make it infinite, basically. Just set it to like whatever. I would love to do the same thing Applied Energistics does, where you have to actually connect like storage drives in to increase the maximum number of items you can store. It would be pretty cool. So yeah, I'll probably look into something like that for like the final automation planet. Also, VCOM, welcome in. What's up? I'm new. Would you mind to quickly explain this game? Yeah. So this is Starground. It's a combination of automation and dungeon crawling. You can, in your main automation area, you mine resources and move them along into buildings to process them and smelt them and craft them into objects and different things. So, you know, kind of like Factorio or Satisfactory, something like that. And then the other side of it is the dungeon crawling, so you can go to different planets around in the solar system and to fight enemies and find different artifacts and things like that. Really the whole goal of Starground, or what we initially set out for, is like a game that can tie the two interests of friend group together, you know, like, because one common thing I feel like with a lot of games is like nobody wants to play Factorio with me because it's only automation and they can't, like, it's hard for them to do automation stuff. And then there's also the other side of it, like people that want to play like, you know, roguelike kind of games, but sometimes you know, it doesn't, like, for somebody that loves automation stuff, you know, you want to play an automation game. So I don't know, it was just sort of a mashup between the two so that people could play together in the same game but still kind of play what they actually want to play, the part of it that they want to. And that's one reason why everything in Starground I've always kept very, like, kind of like the progression of it is separate. Some people don't like that fact, but I think I feel like overall it's probably a good thing. Really, the challenge I don't think is, like, we just need to connect and intertwine them more. They don't have to be reliant upon each other, but to make each other benefit. Like, so if you go into the dungeon, automation becomes easier and vice versa. But yeah, Satisfying reminds me of Factorio, of course. Yeah, for sure. Factorio is a big inspiration. I do think it's like the best automation game. Yeah, I like it, like Satisfying, really clean. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. When we were suggesting things, I think it would help if the research progression was a bit harder, slower, more steps in between. Just seems that I'm unlocking new types of buildings too fast before I even automate the building before it. Yeah, that's totally fair. If you've got suggestions, yeah, about like the rate at which things should be researched and stuff, you're totally welcome to leave a suggestion post in here. Do right here in like suggestions and issues. A couple of people like this whole thing of just like these big suggestion posts of like reworking dungeons. You're totally welcome to go through and like, you know, tell me which researches you think should be changed to be more difficult, if there's any in particular that you found way too easy. But yeah, just let me know. I'm always, you know, looking for feedback. It's very important to me that I'm making a game that you guys actually want to play, so... Speaking of the community aspect, if I boot up the game for the first time today, is there an open server I can join? Yeah, there is actually a public server that we have open right now. On the Discord, there is... Right here is the IP. So you can just connect to the IP and port. It's already pretty far along, you know, the dedicated server. It's like, I think almost all the research is done. But you're totally welcome to pop on there and just kind of find a little zone to automate in. I don't know if that server is super active all the time, so you might not find anybody on there, but yeah, it's all set up and ready to go. I feel like active stuff like mob kills should speed up automation and boost each other. Yeah, that's fair. There definitely are... Also, Starvin, thank you for the follow. There's definitely things like that I'd like to do. It would be cool. Like, I think we've talked about... I was going over this with Max. It would be nice if killing bosses gave your automation areas certain, like, benefits. One thing that we talked about was there's a mod for Minecraft that, like, starts these different environmental or, like, weather events or whatever. There's one that's a harvest moon, and it greatly increases the rate at which your crops grow. We think it would be cool if after you killed a certain boss, it would, like add that event to the weather types that could happen every night, so that you could like grow your crops faster. Just like different benefits for automation. I think it could be kind of nice. Stuff like that could be interesting. There'd be challenges like max automation rates or something with the leaderboards. I'd be interested. Yeah, that's totally fair. I do want to get around to adding achievements very soon. Something I've been planning. I'm probably gonna meet with Dylan tomorrow actually and go over some ideas for achievements. So, because I think it's really now is like getting closer to the time of adding in more like objectives to aim for. You know, it's always been kind of a case of like just add more content so that people have more playtime. But now that there's a lot of areas to go to and explore, I think like giving people things to actually do in those areas is more important. So yeah, leaderboard could be pretty cool. That's something that I can write down and we can discuss. That's probably, I could set it up. The only thing with a leaderboard with a single player game like Starground is it's extremely easy to cheat. So the top of the leaderboard will probably just be filled with you know, people with a billion everything. Because you can use cheat engine or whatever you want. But it would be cool. Cool, yeah, just curious. I actually tend to enjoy playing games solo, but I feel like I can hang out if I want to coordinate the group effort. Potentially, yeah. No, for sure, I get that. There's also, like, if you want to, you can host your own dedicated servers and stuff like that. There's a package with the game, the Starground dedicated server setup. It's almost the exact same process as setting up a Minecraft server. Essentially, you just port forward your port, put in an IP, and then it's pretty much ready to go. But yeah, that's another option too. And of course, we have multiplayer over Steam. You can just invite people to join your world. So once I complete the game, I'll do a big suggestion post about the progression and my suggestions. Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate it. Definitely, I would love some feedback about that kind of thing. Let me know when that meeting happens. I want to brainstorm. Yeah, sure, I can let you know. Dylan said they are free to do it tomorrow. So that is probably when we will be doing it. Yeah, tomorrow night. Can you die in this game, or is this supposed to be a one world game? Is there anything like prestige system? Yeah, so you can die. Whenever you die, there's a chance to lose items inside of your inventory. So if I just run /kill right now, oh, I've died, and I lost. That is a pretty brutal death because I lost the grabber and lead boots. Yeah, I mean, really in the automation area, there's no like danger. There may be in the final automation planet, guys. But yeah, here it's pretty chill. But you can always dive into the dungeons as kind of a more risk-reward type of area. So. And yeah, there's no prestige system or anything. There is a research system so that you can slowly unlock new things and kind of build up your factory. And a little bit with the, if we go to the space hub, there's a couple things you can buy to unlock over there too. So if we go over to Fishbert, you can buy like a fishing license, and then there's a couple of artifacts that you can start saving up money to buy in here. Stuff like that. I would like to add more things like that of just like kind of money-based progression systems, and that's exactly what I'm thinking about doing with the inventory system. Or inventory upgrades, to just have like a shopkeeper down here that's all about inventory stuff. It would be nice. And you can also just like buy some stuff in here to start ranching. You get animals on your planet. But yeah. I'm always trying to think of new ideas for content stuff. I mean, it's tricky because I don't want to bite too much off, you know, more than I can chew. I mean, I definitely want to get Starground closer to being finished so that I am a little more free to work on other things, but also so that I can like take Starground in newer directions. So VCom, thank you for the follow. Not new as in adding a bunch of new things or like changing the game, but like going back to older things that I wanted to finally add and stuff like that. So yeah. What's the thought behind losing artifacts, specifically the grabber and boots? Is there no use to you in the dungeon? It seems like annoying. Yeah, I have been thinking about possibly making it so you don't lose artifacts. So I might do that. Just make it so the only thing you can lose are items and stuff. I think what might be more fair is make it so that items you have in your inventory are more likely to drop and drop more of them, or you lose more of them, but then artifacts are protected. Because yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it does suck when you lose an artifact, so I'm probably going to make that change. I'll write it down. Because yeah, it would suck. Any new ideas? Oh yeah, this is mods for Satisfactory. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's always like something, a good idea, is like, just look at an automation game and look at the top mods for that game. Because odds are, if thousands of people are downloading a specific mod, then it's probably a good idea to add that into base game, you know? How much AI do I use for coding? 0. I don't use any AI for anything. I don't use it for writing or art or coding or anything. So I think AI definitely struggles with large projects like this. It can do easy little simple things, but if I tried to tell AI to make something like Starground, it would not understand. It just wouldn't like have the context or the understanding of how to design large systems. So but yeah, also you mentioned up there somewhere, if I'm solo dev, I do all the programming, art, and like I work on all the sounds. Most of them. I mean, there's sometimes Ace, I think, has done a few sounds in the game for like the NPCs and stuff. The things that I don't do any of the music. We have, yeah, so Ace on the team does the music. Dylan does like the Steam art and a lot of concept art and stuff like that. And then Max does like writing, so he designs kind of the narrative of the game, the lore, if you will. But yeah. Not even for documentation? I do not, no. I don't know. I just... Whenever the thought of using AI comes into my head, I always just tell myself or, like, realize, I think that it's just... What do I really get out of it? I mean, it might be like a temporary boost or whatever where I don't have to do something, but usually it comes to bite you later. When it doesn't work or it doesn't fit in with another system you already added. And also, AI likes to hallucinate, which is why I don't use it for stuff like documentation. There's been, like, I've experimented or just asked it to do stuff to see what happens, and it's crazy how much it gets wrong, especially with Godot, because first off, it gave me everything with Godot 3 language, with Godot 3 code. So that was annoying. And every time I told it to fix something, it just kept making the same mistake over and over. I'm like, okay, this is stupid. Yeah, I never use AI stuff because it robs my own ability to, like, be self-sufficient, I feel like. I love just, like, being able to dive into an empty Godot project, you know, no internet or outside anything, and just being able to create something. I mean, obviously I look up issues that I have. I'm not like anti-internet, but yeah, I don't know. I value my own skill building more than quick progress gains or whatever. Definitely only use it for concepts. Can't have it code anything for my projects anymore except UI stuff. Yeah, that's fair. Likes to make things up as well. I know. Definitely does. Like it for things I know how to do already and just want some common problems resolved. Yeah. Like, I think that's the use case that is fine. If people prefer to. Is like, if you already know the core concepts behind it and you just don't want to have to spend the time to write it out, it's easy because you can get the code written out, but then you just go through and fix any mistakes it makes, right? But I think the problem that people run into is that they don't know that the AI is making mistakes. And that's a huge problem because then when it does, you don't know how to fix it. Yeah. Or you realize later on that it did actually make a big mistake and now you have to spend the time redoing it yourself anyways, so... So I'll probably start getting better about storing snippets in different repos for quick reuse. Yeah, that's definitely something I want to spend more time on. Is like creating more standardized systems for games where I have like, I mean, I've kind of started to do that a lot more with Starground, where I have like the inventory component and just things like that that I can easily reuse in other games. It definitely would be nice. When I worked on the game jam with Adagon and stuff, Adagon had a lot of like little tools like that. Some of them I thought were maybe more arbitrary or not as useful, but like things like the automated signal bus and the data storage and stuff are just nice little components to have. Just being like, bam, now I can save my game, and bam, you know, I can set up all these signals and events for the game really easily. I'm definitely thinking about creating my own versions of things like that. Today, my internet went out, and the time it was out, I finished a song and started working on another one. Let's go. Biggest problem is everybody gets dependent on it, and then when people run out of tokens, they gotta stop working. But yeah, that's another thing too, is like, I don't have any limits. I can program and do as much stuff as I possibly can. So... yeah, that's a pretty good Blue Sky post about someone ranting about what's the point of using AI if I just have to hire a dev later anyways to fix it. I know. That's the problem, right? One of these tools you start reusing the closer you get to creating your own custom game engine. Yeah. Yeah, I guess almost in a way, right? It's kind of funny. Yeah, it's true though. I guess if you do a lot of those, a lot of tools and stuff, it basically is like making an engine. Let's see, we got a couple inquiries. I have a save function for finding child by class that I reuse constantly, since Godot doesn't even have a function for it. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess it doesn't. Yeah, there's stuff like that that I've created, or like I also create. Sometimes I create nodes because I'm like, I'm tired of having to do this in a stupid way, so I just make a node to do it. We did that with an animated texture rect, and it's great because now I can just pop in a sprite sheet on my texture rect, and it works with the UI all nicely and animates. But yeah, there's a lot of utility functions I have in the mod API script inside of here. If we go into that. I've been adding a bunch recently. Like, checking if audio is in range. Generating recipe info. This is more specific to Starground, but there's one in here that I use constantly, which is, sign range. I really don't know why Godot doesn't have that as, like, a base thing, because it's so incredibly helpful. But this is it right here. It's such a simple function, but just having it easily accessible is very convenient. All you do is you just put in the minimum, the maximum, and then the time. And it will return a sign value that signs between those two values you enter in. I use it a lot. Yo, thank you for the posture check. Kind of like groups, but more foolproof, basically, yeah. Let me go ahead and answer these questions in here. I just discussed that on stream. We'll be adding in an NPC that will sell you upgrades, stack size, and also adding more slots. Merging artifacts, so something I want as well. Never used Godot, but syntax looks really similar to Python. Yeah, it's almost the exact same. There are some differences, but mostly it comes down to like the names of the functions and stuff are the main differences. Otherwise, everything is pretty similar. Yeah, like some of the data structures are technically different. Like I think in Python it's not called a dictionary. Let me look that up. Like I thought it was. No, there is a dictionary in Python, but there's a couple things that are named differently in from Godot and Python. Like I don't think there's lists. I think Python has a list data type, but Godot does not. But I think lists in Python are just arrays. Yeah. So basically it's almost the exact same. Just be aware of the naming differences. It is kind of odd that it's called a list in Python when every other programming language is called an array. But yeah. Or you're thinking of Lua has tables for everything? Yeah, it might be that, yeah. But otherwise, they're almost the exact same. GDScript is kind of based off of Python, so. And of course, GDScript has a bunch of functions that are more specialized for game development specifically. You know, like getting the angle to something, or a lot of like vector math. And you know, stuff like that. Hey, Vicon, thanks so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Lists. Okay, there are differences between arrays and lists. Lists allocate more space when they're required to. Arrays do not. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a reason for the name difference. I'm sure that I don't really know enough about the lower level of how Python handles its data structures and stuff, but yeah, basically it's the exact same though. You can, if you know Python really well, I don't think it'd be that hard to swap over to GDScript. Is that the first time the confetti popped at the right time? I think so. It always like pops way too early, and then we have to wait like a minute until we see who subscribed or whatever. Man. Yeah, I don't get why Godot doesn't have it as a function since it's the exact same thing it does with physics bodies and collider children. Yeah. Think of Java as array list. Ah, yeah, okay. That makes sense then. Does Python also have arrays or is it only lists? Okay, yeah, only lists. I started with C++, so I can learn practically every coding language a lot easier. Yeah. That's the thing. Like once you learn a couple of languages really solidly, then you're basically set to learn anything you want. Also, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. I hate having to play them, but Twitch does not give me an option, so. But yeah, I started out initially learning technically GML, Game Maker language, which is kind of like JavaScript a little bit. But then eventually in high school, I took a Java class, and then in university, my initial programming classes were with Java also. But then I also learned in university like C, C++, C#, Python, a lot of the main ones, you know. I never really learned any of the other ones, the newer ones like Rust and stuff, but I feel like that's given me, though, a really solid idea of almost every language I ever encounter. Like, I feel like I could read any language, you know, just fine. And be able to figure out what most functions probably do just based off of the name, which is good. And then, of course, I started messing with GDScript. Oh, yeah, also, I mean, technically, they're not... I don't know if you classify them as languages, but HTML and CSS and stuff like that. And JavaScript for the websites I made. But that was fun, kind of learning those a little bit better. Oh, and also we messed around with PHP, which I don't like PHP. And then, what was the other thing? Yo, thank you for the hydrate. Let's check DMs after stream. I already checked it on my phone. Yeah, I could swap that out. The goop. All right, let's see. What time are we at? We got like 30 minutes left. I'll probably go ahead and try and get this update up tonight because I want to. Give me just 1 second here, guys. Give me 1 minute. One second, guys. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Epic. Did I add the Treffer track to the project? I did not add it yet, but I can go ahead and do that right now. No way, you put an underscore. Let's go. Thank you. Did I add the found track to the project? Oh, I need to go listen to your song, Oshik. I think you sent me a DM for the link to that at one point. Oh no, I actually looked it up. Bandcamp. Yeah, did I add the found track? That would be crazy. Cassettes. It would be cool to do like featured music or something with the cassettes. I don't know, just for fun. But that's not up to me. Oh, thanks for the link. Here, I better re-enable streamer mode. Streamer mode. There we go. Oop. There we Lost and Found. Let's listen to the difference here. I'll go ahead and download it. Let's just put it into the project. It'll pop up eventually. Yoshi Replay Lost and Found. Epic. So now I can go delete that other one. This one. Remove it. Let's reopen the overlay. And we're good. To do any animated texture in UI, as in control node, I was having an issue with it a while back, and I've downloaded a plugin for it. Yeah, that's the one of the nodes that that's the node I created. I created a animated texture rect node so that I could have an animated control node, and this is where I use it. I use it for the little Gearbert tutorial. But yeah, I was very frustrated by the lack of that, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna make my own. Yeah, it's always been odd to me that Godot does not have an animated texture rect. It just seems like, why not? So, I don't know. It'd be nice if it worked the same way as the, yeah, it's basically, yeah, I had a Thanos moment. Because it would just be nice to have one that works just like the animated sprite 2D, where you have like the animation or the sprite frames down here and stuff. You know? I mean, like, really, why not? I do want to work on maybe changing my animated texture rect to be just like an animated sprite 2D. So I might be looking into that or modifying it to do that. But we'll see about that. I mean, it works right now, so it's probably not a super high priority for me. All right, so we got that new track in. Let's go put it into here. Tephra. And then, what was it called again? It was called, like, Heatwave? What did I call it? Yeah, it was called Heatwave. There it is. Alright, was there any other tracks? Let's go, it's 50 tracks, awesome. 500 more to go, no. Honestly, we're almost like, we're getting really close to kind of being done. We're definitely past the halfway point for sure with tracks. I mean, like, because we've got, Enceladus has got all the tracks. Tephra is now at 5 tracks. We've also got all the tracks for Viridian, the main menu, the Space Hub. Technically, you could do... honestly, you don't need to do more for Tyria. Like, if you want to just stop it at 7, it's fine. Like, I wouldn't... I don't want to, like, force you to do music if you're not feeling it, you know? Because I get how it is. It's something that we can always do way later, too, even after release and stuff, if you want to go back and add more tracks. So, I wouldn't worry about it so much. Yeah, Opus needs a few more, and then Caligo, the new dungeon. And then the only other places that will need music is the final automation planet and the final dungeon. So that's basically it. And, you know, maybe sprinkle in like 1 or 2 extra for maybe like some kind of credits song or something. We'll have to see. Guys, I need to start an OST on YouTube Music to listen to while coding. Yeah. I don't think it's out on Spotify or YouTube Music or anything yet. We're probably going to do that after the OST is kind of more complete, because I mean, I don't know how it works, but I think like I don't think you can change tracks on streaming services like that, right? Or it's hard to edit them. I don't really know. It would be awesome to have like a Starground vinyl, you know? Maybe that's something we'll do once they're all done. Yeah, you can get all the tracks there in Bandcamp. It's I think it's free. Yeah. You go through certain DSPs for editing tracks on streaming platforms? Okay. Whoa. Like pop star level DSPs? Ah, yeah. Sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, we'll definitely be putting it on places like that, I think, once it's finalized. We'll probably kind of separate it up into like Starground Alpha, you know, and then Starground whatever. Kind of like the Minecraft vinyls that came out, or, you know, albums. Because there was Minecraft Alpha, then Minecraft Beta. So, can I speedrun this somehow? The speedrun Starground? I mean, it's doable. It's definitely hard to speedrun an automation game. Technically, there's no end to Starground right now, like there is like Factorio. It's just because we're still adding in stuff, but I would imagine the kind of goal you could aim for with a speedrun would be completing all the research. And of course, the speedruns change every single update because I add more research and stuff, but yeah. I think I could go ahead with the main menu, Viridian, and Tyria music for Volume 1. Yeah, I want to do Martyria music first. That's totally fair. Yeah, it would be cool. We could just break it up into like multiple volumes like that and do releases of that and just slowly start releasing it all. Gotta stretch my back. Let's see. We fixed a lot of these bugs. Let me go check on what the poll is at. Looks like so far, most of the... Well, am I allowed to say? That's probably okay. Most of the votes are for on the exit side only on the underground conveyor. So I'm probably just going to leave it as it is now and push those changes with this update. But if the results change, I can always go back and change that behavior. So, shouldn't be a big deal. Because the distributor I go through has a 40-track limit for albums. Ah, yeah. We could totally do that. Just break it up into the different, like, regions and stuff. Maybe speedrun to crash it somehow. That would be kind of fun. I always thought about how it would be cool to do, like, bounties for finding bugs. You know, where we have, like, a day or whatever where it's like, okay, whoever finds the most bugs gets a reward, you know? I mean, obviously I don't want to, like... I'm not trying to monetize you guys. Or, like, force you guys to play the game just for my own selfish benefit, but I think it could be a fun thing, though. I mean, if I were somebody involved in an event like that, I don't think it would necessarily be... I think I'd have a good time. Yeah, I think it'd probably be okay. Yeah, I just don't want to actually do something that is actually immoral. But I don't think it is. I think it'll be okay. Used to do this in a TeamSpeak server for bug bounties, and it was great. Yeah. Bug bounties are a thing? Okay, good. So we got a 16k payout, and the owner stole the 16k, banned everyone involved? Yeah, that's kind of stupid. Some companies actually pay for them? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not super rich, so I definitely can't, you know, 16k is a little out of my budget, but it would be cool, though. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing, like, I think usually the easiest way to do, like, monetary rewards for stuff like that is just Steam. Because everybody has Steam, and anybody playing Starground usually plays other games, so it's kind of nice to just be like, hey, I'll buy you up to $100 of Steam games or something, you know? I did it before where I actually gave out, like, a gift card, and that's kind of problematic because in some countries you can't redeem gift cards or digital gift cards, so it becomes extremely complicated. I have to go out to the store and physically buy a card and then scratch it and give the code. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it's just a lot, kind of an inconvenience. So, and not every single store has them, so I have to like, it's just annoying. Last time it was kind of a pain. Fix all the bugs and do bug bounties and watch them play for free. Whoa. I think that's kind of an impossible task, though, fixing all bugs. I mean, there's so many bugs. But that's just how it is in gaming. I mean, it's not that Starground is especially buggy versus other kinds of games. It's just... it's easy for bugs to pop up. Alright, let's go fix that one bug with the helmet on Tyria, and then I think we can go ahead and push this update. And yeah, hopefully should fix some things for you guys. Make everything a little more stable. And then we'll be focusing more on this kind of stuff, like the inventory, NPC, probably adding in floors, cassettes, achievements. Those would all be nice to have. Excuse me. This leads into the CSGO keys or crypto. Country restrictions and currency issues are truly annoying. I know. Yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, I don't know why Steam... I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily Steam's fault. I think it's probably just some kind of government regulation is my assumption. Bugs can be fun to some extent. Yeah, like, I mean, my approach to bugs usually is... I'm fine if a bug is cool. I will keep it in. I just want to make sure that I, like, refine its behavior, though, so things don't end up breaking. Because, I mean, I'm trying to think of a time where a bug became a feature. It's hard to say. I mean, most of the stuff in Starground's pretty intentional. But, yeah, I mean, it's... I don't need to remove a bug if it's not game-breaking, you know? So... Or as long as it's not annoying. If it's something that it's, like, really convoluted to create, then it's fine, but... Underground conveyor mover? Yeah, I mean, that I fixed. I mean, well, it didn't technically become a feature yet. That's what the poll is for. It's probably not going to be a feature. But yeah. Or bugs are like, if you swap genders while wearing a helmet to female, then male head becomes a helmet for the female and her jaw vanishes. Yeah. Yeah, bugs like that. There's most bugs, unfortunately, are not fun bugs. Most bugs are, my game is broken and I can't play anymore. Which is too bad. But yeah. Yeah, it always sucks when somebody has a bug and they instantly leave a negative review. I mean, I get it, but it's like, I wish I had the chance to fix it first. Oh well. People never change their reviews on Steam. I love the infinite decibel skateboard trick, yeah. It was kind of fun, but I did fix that one because I don't want to kill everybody's ears. And Nan lands, I mean, kind of fun, but also very problematic. So... Some people don't get what is early access, yeah. Most people that buy an early access game go into it expecting the quality of a full release game, which is just how it is. It's one of the things you should definitely consider if you're thinking about doing an early access launch, is that you should basically just be treating it as your full launch, because people will be. Nobody reads the early access message and is like, okay, I'm probably going to run into some bugs, but it's okay. Like, if they run into an issue, then they're just going to leave a negative review. That's just how it goes. But, I don't know. I mean, it's fine. I do appreciate that Steam has a very open review policy, kind of like that, where it's like, I think it gives consumers a very good view of how good a game actually is. Because if you see a game that's like mixed ratings or overwhelmingly negative or something, then you instantly know, okay, there must be some kind of horrific problem with this game and I should avoid it like the plague, right? So. But yeah. People never change reviews on the App Store too. Yeah. It's just a universal thing with any platform or store or whatever. Because I think when you have a negative experience with a game or something like that, you just want to forget about it and move on. At least when I, like, if I play a game and I hate it and leave a negative review, I'm just like, all right, negative review, I'm out, you know? There's a million other games for me to play. I don't want to waste my time anymore. So, I get it. But yeah, it's definitely frustrating. Reviews are such a negative stat for game developers because it's like, I mean, if your reviews are super great, then that's fantastic, but it's always like you tie your self-worth and your success to that funny little number on Steam. And so whenever you get a bad review or your percentage drops, it's like feels like you're failing instead of just some random bug, you know? I don't know. It does kind of suck, but there's nothing you can do about it. It's complicated because you do have to know, I mean, obviously negative reviews are important. If somebody has a serious problem, then yeah, you should fix it. It's good to know that there was a serious problem, but it does suck that it's like a permanent stain. You know, even if you fix it and the game is great now, it just doesn't really matter. One stars are real heartbreakers, especially for the most random things that are long fixed, I know. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Yeah, I don't know. I was considering doing a video review on it, but I don't know if I should do it because of you updating constantly, which is a good thing. Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, you're totally welcome to. I always encourage people to do like content stuff because I mean, you know, there's no downside for me. It's only a positive. So it's totally up to you. You can always just mark it as like Starground early access review or whatever. I think that's a common thing I've seen people do, just so that there's like a difference between it being a full review and like the review as in its current state, stuff like that. But yeah. It's worse when you spend 350 hours on an open source tool that fails to get any traction. Oh, I know. No, I feel that. Our last game, Pogo Rocket, we released on Steam, and it was just kind of dead in the water on release. I still haven't even made enough money to get any payment from Steam for Pogo Rocket, so it was a disaster. But you know, it's just about taking what you learn from this and moving on. I mean, yeah, it sucks that Pogo Rocket didn't make any money, but it was a good like wake up call and realizing like, okay, obviously I did something wrong, and then spending the time to analyze what the mistakes that were made are. Stuff like that, you know? So, yeah, it's just how it is. Yeah, I think sometimes feeling your project being forgotten can be worse than your project being hated, I almost feel like, you know? So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. But yeah. Yeah, this is where Gearbert's from. He's this little guy, this little robot guy. Oh, that little guy. And now he's in Starground. I think we'll probably keep using Gearbird as like a mascot. Also, Raymond Bryan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm thirsty. Okay, so the last bug I want to fix, it's such a minor bug, it kind of doesn't matter, but if you're on multiplayer and somebody's inside a pressure building and somebody's outside, then the helmet of the person outside will always be the same as like your perspective. So this is broken. I need to change how that helmet gets synced and stuff. Shouldn't be too bad. How much time did you put in this game? By the way, maybe consider adding the game title in the stream. Yeah, I've always thought about that. I could put it in there. It's probably maybe a good idea too now that there's like an actual category and everything. Well, we could say Starground Godot Gamedev instead. Let's see, did it update? But yeah, time I spent on this game, lots. I mean, let's calculate that, should we? Shall we? We've got basically working on this since December, so of 2023, mind you. So worked on that for 1 year, and then yeah, quite a bit. Give me 1 second, everybody.
Raider, just do you have any electrical gel for electrical connections? You know what I'm talking about? I don't think I have a gel. It's that yeah. Oh, you got your stacks, man. You can share your stacks. That can be something. Well, it's like a gel that keeps things from corroding.
It's flux for soldering.
No. It's an electrical gel with a contact it's not bad. Some things like that.
Yeah, I don't have any of that, sorry. It's okay. Sorry guys, I forgot to mute. Yeah. Well, now you heard the entire conversation. I thought I muted something, did I not? Well, everything's not muted. I guess I just didn't press the button. Electrical gel, yeah. I don't have any. Can we predict if you'll fix this bug in 10 minutes? I'll try. Oh, I could have unmuted something. I don't think I did. I mean, everything in here is muted properly. Mic is on, and then desktop and alerts, so it should be all okay. I don't know. You heard rain? Oh, well, the rain was just from the game in here in Starground. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Yeah, it's probably okay. Anyways, can we predict you'll fix it in 10 minutes? I probably won't be able to, but we can try. Maybe it's a really easy fix. We can go ahead and make a poll if you guys want. Will I be able to fix this bug in the next 10 minutes? Yes. Oh, did you already start the prediction? Okay, yeah. All right. How do you even test multiplayer bugs? What I do is I open 2 clients of the game, and I just play locally. That's how I test, because it's the exact same thing as playing through Steam or playing through like a public IP and stuff. Sometimes there's bugs that can't be tested on local. It's definitely tricky, but most of the time it's fine. With Godot, you can go to debug, then customize run instances, and enable multiple instances right there, so it's pretty easy. Did you enter the community speedrun on the server? Yeah, I brought up, or I answered that one that was brought up in there. But yeah, for speedrunning stuff, I think, oh yeah, we're also going to calculate how long I've worked on the game. For speedrunning stuff, yeah, I mean, basically it boils down to, there's no ending to the game, so you just kind of have to pick a category. Something like finishing all research and stuff like that would probably be the way to speedrun it. We have a couple categories that's been defined in the speedrunning section. Like up in here, there's old buildings, Dreadcap, you know, Moon or Enceladus, stuff like that. Beach ball's one. How fast can you build the beach ball? Yeah, it just gets difficult where the bug requires both players to do specific stuff simultaneously. Yeah, that's definitely hard. It's not always easy to fix bugs like that. I think if you do run into an issue like that, the way to fix that is just going to be you just have to play test with somebody. Oh, I mean, if there's an event in which the whole community would together speedrun one world, that would be pretty fun. It's basically, we could schedule something like that, like a big Starground speedrun thing. I can write that down. I can talk to the team about something like that. Like, server-wide speedrun competition. Yeah. Okay, so what would even be causing this bug? So, the way this works is inside of the player, on the main sprite, we have this helmet sprite. I think, let's see, server synchronize, what are we syncing in here? None of that. And then on our regular synchronizer, we are syncing... Okay, so that's not even where we handle the helmet stuff. So let's look at the code where that gets changed. Helmet. Right here. So this happens inside of... Yeah, just the process. So it just checks, is the player underwater? Blah, blah, blah. So the reason that happens is because this is handled on just for everybody instead of like checking actually if they are, if that specific player is underwater. So I should be able to just change that out for a different kind of variable probably, or make that only happen on the server or something like that, and then sync that info across to the client. So we could probably do that. I'm just thinking if there's any other better way for us to do this. Yeah, because, okay, so this variable doesn't work because it's only for the main player. So we have to make a new variable for this. I think I do that inside of check flooring, and that's where I calculate whether we are... Okay, so the way that we'll do this is on the multiplayer authority. So we're just going to copy this line of code, move it down to if is authority. Move it to right there. And now we're going to be syncing that variable of its visibility across. So player synchronize, we're going to say helmet, visible on change. And that should fix it. So let's go ahead and test that out really quick and see. It should be fine to just load up now. Let's... Got 2 games open. Multiplayer, host, before. Join. Give me 1 second. Oh, I'm already connected. Hurry, we're running out of time! Alrighty, let's go check this out really quick. Alright, so that player has their helmet on. If I go into the building, boom, their helmet stays on. This person, their helmet is still on. If I go inside, my helmet goes away. Yeah, we're gaming. Bug fixed. Bug squashed. Let's go manage the prediction. I can't believe you voted no. Whoever that was. Yeah. Alright. Got some real haters in chat, I know. Anyways, let's calculate how long I've probably spent on the game. So it's been 1 year of development time plus 1 month. So 13 months plus until now, which is 8 months. So about 21 months. And let's just do that in terms of days. So that's times 30 days. So that's 630 days of development time. And let's say on average per day, I'm probably spending maybe 6 hours a day. I mean, that, you know, most days it's like I take a day off and then the other day I work like all day. So it averages out. I mean, it's probably more than that though, actually, now that I think about it. Because at a minimum, I'm doing 4 hours of dev time. And then I'm usually spending a lot more time after that. I should track that info. I wonder what it actually is. But it's probably more than that even. It's probably closer to like 8. So yeah, that would be probably at a minimum like 5,000 hours of development time. But yeah. Yeah, just on Steam, and this is just time that I have the game open, I have almost 3,000 hours. So I feel like that probably adds up. Yeah, about 5,000 or something around there. Probably give or take 1,000. But yeah. It's definitely a lot of time. So. Anyways, that's going to be it, guys. We've gone for 4 hours. But thank you to everybody who has found all of the bugs and stuff. Let me just write this down really quick. It's an issue where helmets not properly display it on multiplayer. So design and animation is really sick. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. Want to vibe after dinner? Yeah, I'm down too. I have to walk my dog and then go eat, but yeah. I am down. I'll DM you when I'm ready to go. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you for the... Yeah, thank you everybody for... Oh, quiet me. Thank you for everybody finding bugs. And we're gonna go find somebody to raid. We'll be live again tomorrow around the same time at 3:30 MDT. So be on the lookout. And yeah, feel free to grab Starground on Steam right now. It's in early access. Feel free to join the Discord. And let's go raid somebody. We got Ionema. They are working on they have like a little spider game. So let's see what they're up to. Ionema. All right, and I'll get this update ready tonight probably and push it for all of you. So hopefully it fixes all of the issues that anybody has ran into. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys. Thank you for all the subs by everybody and stuff. Thank you, Ashik, for the links. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.